So that should be us live, hopefully. Hopefully. I'll wait for whoever's system to catch up.
Is that not what was discussed last week or the last time in my absence? When you want to sound check, everybody used to go quiet.
Yeah, exactly. The perfect way to do a sound check. Everyone wait quietly.
It and Twitch has now decided you're live. It took a while for me.
Well, it's coming all the way from the Feywild where I live, so...
Yeah, but I'm getting consistent network errors trying to load the stream, so I can't actually see or hear anything.
Okay, just as planned.
Oh, here we go.
Good.
I can hear you.
Excellent. And hopefully you can hear... Well, I guess you. Someone, other
and I can hear my whistles.
Okay, good. Excellent. So we've got ourselves up and running. Ooh.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Where was that for the audio test? That would have been useful. Let me get my contents pages open. Very optimistically, like I'm going to use them. Okay, so good hello. That's something I normally type in chat, so I'll go do that. It's been a year since we played this game. We're doing it. Okay, so we're on.
And over a year since we've done the one shot.
I don't have any memory of that. Anyway, good hello and welcome to the Cascade game. You know, not the one shot that, you know, horrible lies and propaganda. But yes, the Cascade game, last of the summer Elves, which is Arc 4 of an ongoing series. It's part 9 of Arc 4. It's the 11th of January 2025. I am Viktor, the GM. All that's legit and professional, and here are the players.
Hey, I'm Sean, and I'll be playing Falkwin, who is the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. Tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who is an empathic speaker and exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Evening, everyone. I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate. Half-elven what, though?
Hi, I'm Kalli, and I play Ignysera, who's a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Nice. So, who remembers what happened last time?
So many things.
I didn't even remember why I woke up gravely injured, so I'm probably a bad call here.
Well, tell us why you woke up gravely injured.
Well, I was reminded that, oh yeah, something happened in which we had a group of refugees that we were doing something with, and we were being attacked by something or other. We thought it was a Falkwin, and somehow it got defeated. I don't remember how we managed that. But then we had a corpse of it to deal with that we wanted to hide to stop the authorities from catching on that the refugee route exists. So Falkwin thought it was a great idea to chat to Aluben and decide if we could come up with something, and ended up giving up his body for Aluben to control and inhabit and possess, I guess. And she made very short work of that corpse, and then almost blew up Falkwin's body in the process. I guess he's not a very good vessel for her. Well, or not a strong enough vessel yet to let something like that happen.
Yeah, just gotta tweak the frequencies a bit and we'll be good, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It felt to me like Aluben's a really, really, really big, powerful soul, and Falkwin's a itty-bitty human body.
Itty-bitty living space.
Can't quite squeeze it all in there.
No, but who knows where that could go, dynamic-wise, right? What that could lead to. Yes. Anyone else recall any other important details about last time?
Oh, Nori got killed
Yes.
by the limb monster.
She was the open MVP. Fine.
I'm not there for one day and you let somebody get killed.
Yeah. Yeah, really horribly as well.
Oh yeah, she get crap. Oh yeah. The creature was some sort of like hand monster, and she got sort of grabbed, and she's inside the hands and crushed, and we had some cracking. That was probably her armor. Yeah, that wasn't nice.
Do you remember what you did with Moya's body?
We're taking it back. We had a big discussion about what we were going to do with it, whether it was burn it, bury, take it back. Ignysera was not letting the body get burnt or left there, so got her way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we decided overall it's probably better to take it with us anyway, because then it could be found and that sort of thing. We left it. So.
Yep. And you knew that tradition would be that if you can't return the body for like internment at the Whitehall where Noya worked for, it'd be better to burn it, kind of Viking style. And
then the burning would bring more attention. So.
Yes, unfortunately, yes. So yes, you did the sensible thing of Ben's garage. Yes. Anything else that people remember that happened last time?
Well, we found there was, well, I suppose at the end of the previous session before that, we found there was around 80, it was 79 people that were there, so there was lots of people to look after. But then we were all going through the caves again once we dealt with the creature and Noya and things like that. While that was happening, 3 people died because there was some like mass, like not hysteria and stuff, but everyone was trying to rush through and things. So a couple of people got trampled, one person got stabbed, and then there was 2 people missing, and then there was who's the victim, who's the person that did it. No one knows. And then I think, is there one, then something else? Oh no. Chloe, okay. Keenan, have names.
Yep.
Chloe Cotton and Keenan Silvermug.
They're the missing ones.
They're the missing ones.
Yep. So,
and
we've got the trampled ones were Bertie Goodsong.
Bertie, yeah.
And
Elaine.
Langham.
Elaine.
Yeah.
Elaine Langham.
And
the victim.
Erskine
Rantha.
Rantha.
Yeah. Yep. And what was special about the way Erskine Rantha had been stabbed? Any particular notes at all?
No, just in the same way as, yeah. with the chest and the back. Just
But heart pierced.
Just
We
a little
also,
hard.
I have note down that he might have been a Barlen.
Yes,
One of the
maybe
bits
a
that we
Barlen.
found out.
Not
Kept to himself.
how they carried themselves, yeah.
There was another potential Barlen. Do you remember who the other potential Barlen was? Keenan Silvermug, yep, potentially.
I've just written stuck up.
Valid.
Maybe some spin.
Yep, that is valid. So the notes I think I gave were, I think 74 refugees are accounted for and alive. 3 are dead, 2 were trampled. Bertie Goodsong, who was a young bard-like carefree person, kept spirits up, probably about late 20s age-wise. And then you had Elaine Langham, who was like a teenager orphan person that had lost family in the pit, so it basically went, well, may as well try and get to somewhere else. Erskine Rantha, kind of unknown, kept to themselves, but that's why people think they might have been a Barlen, because if they weren't that, like, oh, I remember you from this part of the pit, blah blah blah. And also just, again, how they carried themselves, which might go into the stuck-up notes. The 2 people that are missing was Chloe Cotton, who was an older lady, not quite as old as Dig, because we have Dig, who's kind of the appointed head of the group. what was Diggle Clovis was their name, so she's kind of been voted to the leader position, the head of the refugees, as it were. But yes, Clay Cotton, no family left, didn't want to die in the pit, basically, so them and Keenan seem to have ran off further into the tunnel system. Keenan Silvermag kept to himself, maybe lived in sin and then got kicked out, not willing to live in the pit, potential Barlin. So that's the kind of rough notes that I took for these people that I think I shared to you last time when we went through them. I also made notes because some other things that came up where the killer might be opportunistic based on seem to have happened during a bit of chaos. Also I noted that Falkwin potentially thinks the killer might be younger because of the opportunistic thing, but younger in a more case of could be younger for a different race potentially. Because obviously we're looking at age gaps of about 80 years. Give or take. So yeah, I think that was most of the notes that I took about that particular part, about the killing. KT is off trying to hunt down the two stragglers through the cave system. That's where he's left KT. I think we said that Nori was doubling back to come back to you guys. I think we'd had that conversation. I don't remember, but I think that makes sense that Nori's back with the gang instead of following on with KT, which I think is how we kind of excused Nori from last session. I think for a lot of it, it was just that they were bridging the gap in the middle, so we didn't step on your toes. Anything else worthy of mention from last session that anyone noted down or remembers or worries about?
I used my wall, my flame retardant wall.
Yeah.
No, but I did use a cipher, so
yeah, we did. Woohoo!
that's important to know.
Also, you've reminded me that as a special Winter Friends gift for obviously the festive period, everyone can just magically have a fancy Winter Friends scarf for their character that counts as an asset against cold-related rolls.
Beautiful.
That's so cute.
So you can add that. I don't know if that'll ever be useful to you guys, but I mean, Voros is cold, so maybe. And obviously, Mountaintop's going to be.
How does that work mechanically? Is that an artifact?
I mean, it's an item that counts as an asset, so yeah,
Okay.
It's not quite an artifact because it's not like magical in any way. It's just a scarf that happens to count as an asset, if that makes sense.
I don't mean to do that.
That's
Can I
okay.
delete this artifact? Like so. Okay.
But
Says
yes,
the button doesn't work.
so happy Winter Friends, everyone. But yes, so I believe we ended from memory dealing with the fact that we've got a whole bunch of refugees, 2 missing, and at least 1 victim so far. Dun dun dun. So I think we're going to have it where we start with, assuming there was nothing else people wanted to bring up from the previously on, because I think that was all the highlights I remember at least. But because if we do a previously on that we had before, we had some people missing down the tunnels. We had some blood gifts from Nori to KT as well, and some, maybe we should explore your past a bit, because I can't quite taste past the elven half of your blood to work out what the other half might be. So we had that the last time Nori was with us as well. So we're definitely trying to explore some of Nori's backstory as we're, at least I mean KT seems to be curious as well, which is nice. But yes, you guys obviously I guess greet.
Nice.
Yeah. He's a lovely guy. Nothing but helpful. How dare you? But yeah, so Nori comes back to the group. Obviously, I guess you guys are still at that kind of campsite at the moment, unless you are looking to like obviously press on. But yeah, what's everybody up to? What we doing? What's the plan? I'm assuming we're getting ready to move out. And also there is a how worth is it taking dead bodies with us conversation. Because none of the other escort trips took the bodies with them. Just for clarity.
I think we'd be more likely to accrue more corpses if we tried to take back the ones that we are building up.
It's more a question of what you're doing with them. Because it's not like Noya that was attached to an order that has reasons to go back, right? A lot of these people didn't have MD down in, through the pass. So
Burn.
Mhm.
We should burn them.
You probably don't want to do that in a cave.
That's a good point. That's a good point. We're in the tunnel.
Mhm, mhm.
Is the floor diggable? Like, could we bury them?
I mean,
Feels-
with enough time, yeah, you got enough people with you as well, right? You could probably try and go through some of it, but it probably wouldn't be quick or quiet if you care about that. You aren't exactly quiet as is. Let's put it that way.
It's lots of us.
But it wouldn't be quick.
Some kind of like wrap. You could do some kind of like shroud.
I mean, there'd be enough fabric from the dismantled camp and stuff, yeah. Like, you could definitely wrap them if you just
Then at
wanted.
least maybe it can be left undisturbed to sort of naturally.
We probably don't want to leave them out
Guys,
in the.
I'll be
in the
right
open.
back. My sound's gone again.
No worries.
We probably don't want to leave them out in the open, at the very least. Disrespect aside, for no, it's already enough that would create a trail of potentially tasty morsels towards us that creatures in the cave might be keen to follow.
I think we're probably quite fallible, but not a lot.
Yep.
Anyway, I look round at the 74 refugees.
Yeah, never mind just the party in general.
Are there any of the little alcove type things that we like where we found the wizard lady whose name I can't remember?
Posey!
Posey.
Yeah, we got Posey with us
Again,
as well.
that was like a little alcove with corpses in it. So we know that things can be sort of left mostly undisturbed.
You also have
And
to
the
think,
size.
were they left alone because of the way in which they'd been killed as well, right?
Also that.
So, yeah. But no, you are in technically like a sheltered bit. You are in like a kind of campy alcovey bit at the moment. The problem is you've also got like 74 people to accommodate, so a lot of them are half in and half out of this area, because this is the most there's ever been refugees in one go. But as I mentioned last time, or whenever it was, people don't tend to linger at this point. They tend to just really force march every day until people are pretty exhausted, and then rest people for a bit and push them as basically get through the mountain, realistically. So, but yeah, you could
I
wrap
think
them up. You could leave
crowd-
them. Yep. I said that's not even no rolls need to happen for that. Just literally, you're wrapping people up. It's done. Yeah. You're just.
Ignysera will probably speak out to Myr'ra and just kind of go. I'm a bit conflicted about this still.
I know. I think we maybe have to focus on keeping everyone else alive. We already lost.
Right. I made such a fuss about us bringing Noya back, and now it seems almost disrespectful to not do the same.
I worry that it's part of the risk these people have decided to take. And better here, wrapped and at least remembered, than in the desert by themselves.
I
We at
think
least know their names.
Dig approaches, not sheepishly, but almost like reluctantly, knowing that you are obviously discussing this, and kind of just says, they'd understand. None of us took this on thinking it was going to be safe. Given what we've just experienced and how shaken everyone is, and a killing from, and then kind of like looks over her shoulder, like suspiciously, I guess, like that kind of. It's like, not that the pit inspires loyalty from people or, neighbourly love, but as for a group of people to trust each other, to sleep next to each other, to try and get out of this situation, to even imagine that someone's within. She kind of shakes her head a bit, like shivers. Goes, but these three people, I don't know if you'll remember their names by the time we get through this mountain, if I'm perfectly blunt. And she says that with like sorrow, right? She's not saying that callously. There's a like, this is the reality that we face in the pit versus so she kind of just like acknowledges that and goes, so let's not slow ourselves down any further by taking them to nobody.
We can remember though.
And she you can see like she's almost like by that point like she's maybe closed her eyes, like muttered something under her breath, right? Most likely some kind of prayer-esque thing, and kind of like she turns and kind of like smiles like politely. It's like we'll do our best. A waste though. And just kind of like that again. That obviously you can maybe tell that she maybe knew the two young kids. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Again, that motherly vibe that's meant she's became the leader by everyone, probably because she did care about people and did look after people. And do you know what I mean? So yeah, you can tell like it annoys her, but she's also like trying to be that pragmatic. We can't actually wasting time here is potentially risking everybody else.
It's dangerous. Yeah.
But she definitely like struggles with that, like. But there is that weird. She feels worse because you can imagine she obviously feels sorry for these people that have been like killed for various reasons, like the trampling and obviously an actual murder. But that means she was right to care about these people because that means somebody's a killer else, like right. So now it's I can't care about them anymore because this has happened.
73 other people. Yeah.
So that's obviously you can imagine a lot's racing through Dig's mind for that reason, but it's probably you can kind of get that vibe of this is why she's been voted head of the people because she gives a shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, but she kind of does that, says her wee prayer, says her last thoughts there, and then kind of just maybe kneels down, puts like her hand on one of them, whatever one was closest, and then kind of just looks back up and kind of dusts herself off and says, I don't think we should linger much longer. And she goes, how far is it to the other side? That really depends how fast you move. Yeah.
Decide, we don't know.
I mean, it took you like probably what 7-ish, maybe like days at a push to get through, like maybe give or take, right? I don't remember exactly, but it did take a good few days to get through for you guys. So, and you weren't exactly running. Do you know what I mean? You did go very cautiously through and obviously stop off and get distracted by things like a bee lady and like a bug den and stuff like that. So yeah. So like I guess Dig goes back to the the encampment a bit for the refugees. which I mean you've kept slightly aside from them.
Yeah, I guess we shroud,
Yeah.
wrap, kind of lay to any kind of like little rituals that we all maybe have of.
Yeah.
I know Myr'ra's Church of Night, so she possibly knows some kind of.
And also, like, like your family might have some traditions you've like of just because obviously your family lineage goes into Caldera. So yeah, I think it's quite easy to do, and maybe even like the way in which you wrap them is a specific style.
Because again, desert people, there probably would be an element of burial is not always the way.
I think that's the kind of vibe you get from a lot of the people you've met so far. Is a lot of them are really pragmatic. It's the people that clearly had the right sense to go, I think I've got the head to get through this, right? Like through the journey of getting out of the pit, travelling the wastelands to get to the, to go through a mountain on the hopes there is a secret passage, and then, get through it, trusting strangers you don't know from other countries. Like, yeah. Never mind if any rumours about the killings in the tunnels have reached them. Do you know what I mean? Which doesn't seem to have happened with this lot. Like, none of them seem to have expected that.
Yeah.
So, once you are all packed up and ready to leave, anything else you want to put in place, do, etc.?
Do we want to attempt again? Put the refugees into some kind of organised group system? Or are we just leaving that and maybe bookending?
Bookending might just be simpler.
Someone we trust is at the back, someone we trust is at the front.
I mean, well, there's 5 of you as players, right? So, and while obviously Chris is solving his battle with audio problems, but we've got the ability to divide up you guys, obviously. And there's a KT somewhere.
Okay.
And technically Posey. If someone's willing to be a bee. You may have an immortal bee on your side, it's hard to say.
It's true. She's immortal. Just send her in every time.
Yep.
Everything.
Just people.
Every time she goes back out for like a breather, she's like, I'm still only a bee though, when I'm in there. Immortal or otherwise.
So as far as general approach goes, are we thinking hard march, or are we thinking slowly and a little more vigilantly try and catch the killer?
I think it's hard because I think like supplies are pretty low on the ground. So I think speed might, like, realistically, if we want to get the most, I think we're going to have to be quite vigilant, but we're going to have to try and move people quite quickly. I think would be Myr'ra's kind of worry and concern.
I don't think at this point they would be willing to go slowly, probably.
Yeah, we had to sort of not tempt, we had to try and get them back because everyone had legged it into the cave.
I mean, there are still 2 missing people in those caves legging it, so yeah.
Do we think, what's everyone's vibe on? Do we think the killer is one of the 2 missing people? Or do we think the killer is in these 74?
Dun dun dun!
Absolutely think the killer is one of the ones we have here.
Yeah.
It'd be too easy for
It's like, they're all good. I'm both off. It's fine.
Or is that what I would write to throw you off?
Because it's also, if you're this sort of, like, you know to blend back in. Like, we know these people's names now. They're on our radar. If you've managed to do this for 80 years, you're going to know that your best route is to just blend back in seamlessly. Don't trust anybody.
Not even ourselves. Okay, so
again, moving them quickly.
Yeah, and then
There's less opportunities.
split us between front and back. Do we want anyone in the middle?
you could do 2 front, 2 back, 1 middle if you trust somebody in the middle alone.
Or maybe have someone like, is anyone quick enough to be like sort of walking up, like walking up to the front, checking in, and then just kind of like dropping back?
Yeah.
I mean, I think your fastest person's the person you probably want at the front, though, because it's probably Nori's best at the front,
Yeah.
realistically. But it really depends how you want to divide that up, because who are you putting at the back? Because I assume front and back are easy to put a person immediately at, right? So, where do you want to put Nori? Where do you want to put, obviously, Lockhart? Where do you want to put, everybody, basically? Talk me through it. Also, 1 wee second. Chris, you back with us? Maybe? Oh, sometimes it takes a second for the audio to connect. Chris? Hello? No, we'll see how that plays out. So, where are you putting who?
Falkwin should probably be in the middle of the refugees so that he can get everyone with the buffs.
Okay. I will say that if it's if your buff says nearby, you're not going to get everybody, if that makes sense.
Let's see.
But if it's everybody within like hearing range and you're screaming in a cave, you'll probably get everybody. Like realistically, acoustics are pretty good, so.
Can I just check? Did we rest there at the pit?
I don't think he's dead, because I think he's got in and found bodies.
Yeah.
Because he's dealt with having to calm down and wrangle 74 people. And then, obviously, Katie and Nori had to go off. And then he's talked a lot about, obviously, Noya's body and getting rid of the corpse and dismantling the camp and all that nonsense. And then trying to suss out, oh, there's a killer now. So I don't think he's arrested, like, of any meaningful, like, maybe like an action in a 10-minute and maybe a push an hour, like, yeah. But definitely not a 10-hour arrest, no. I think you specifically said, let's not wait and let's move everybody on, so.
I think in that maybe I'll do a 10-minute.
Okay. As I said, you've definitely had time to have done that since, so.
Boom, boom, boom. How do I go again? There we go.
Not bad. Can you hear us, Chris? You're on mute at the moment. I see you've unmuted, so I'm assuming you can hear me. But I can't hear you if you're speaking. And for me, the camera just looks like 2 circling squares. Which is a sentence I don't like. 2 circling squares.
But if they were doing a triangle, it would be hard to say.
Oh, like, isn't like a rounded triangle, like a Rolo? Isn't that what that's called?
The Toblerone Rolo combo.
Yeah, exactly the Toblerone Rolo combo. Oh, what an amazing interaction that was. So, back to the question at hand. So people have obviously retroactively rested and stuff. What's the plan? Where are we putting people? Talk to me.
I'm happy to go anywhere. Maybe it makes more sense to go at the back. We've got Nori at the front. I don't know. Probably strong.
Also, yeah, happy to be at the back to kind of try and keep an eye on. Also, she's again aware that she's not trustworthy.
So is that going to be Ignysera and Myr'ra at the back? Was that? The reason I bring this up is if we're looking at melee skill, if you are potentially concerned about things like that, perhaps not having our 2 probably best melee fighters at the same location might be useful.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'd be tempted if I was a player and I was making decisions. I'd maybe put Myr'ra in the middle, because Myr'ra is a toolbox of a character for communication and scanning, and also birding out and being a solution to many problems you also create.
I'm also gonna because I can run off the idea that while I'm hindered in like people trusting me, like probably these people all are as well. So maybe we all neutralize that out for each other.
No, like it's not.
That comes from my Helborn.
Yes.
So I probably can talk to people and not immediately set people's backs.
Yes, 100%. Yep. So that would be my suggestion, but again, that's purely based on if I was a player managing resources. Because again, the communication skills that Myr'ra has are top notch.
That does make sense. All I can do is hit things and make them hot.
Yep.
If we have, how long do I need? Is everything? I can maybe telepathically link all of us, and I think I can do it for free.
Okay.
Because it's a level of effort and it costs 1, but my edge is 4 in intellect.
So that's free. Yep.
So if we take a little bit of time, I can just come around everyone and be like, okay, we're going to be able to talk in our heads.
Yeah. I am definitely a big fan of making that easier.
And that means... Ooh.
It's okay, it's just Chris is having connection issues. Yep.
Discord picked for me as well.
Yeah, Discord went a bit weird. Yes, so yeah, Myr'ra in the middle probably does. Make sense.
Get it entirely up to you guys. Well, if that's the case, because again, the assumption would be you'd put your good scout up the front. Hence, I assumed Nori would go to the front.
Yeah, Nori at the front.
Yep. Get obviously your tanky lady at the back, for Ignysera, and then get your communication person in the middle. So that means we've got our wonderful speakers.
So
surround sound or mono? What's happening?
Yeah, so I had a much shorter range on my useful buffs than I thought I did, and I actually have fewer useful buffs for refugees than I thought I did. Basically only encouragement, and encouragement is short range, so...
Cool. It'd still be a good amount of people you'd get, because you're obviously like... But you're funneling through tunnels and stuff, so you'd get like, you know, a handful of people in front and behind. But definitely not the range of 75, 74 people or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So,
and it's definitely not like a let's passively put this thing up for the whole time that we're going down and it will make a big difference. It's more like if something happens, then I can affect.
I mean, if you just screamed your buff over and over again and ran up and down the line, maybe if you timed it with their initiative.
It's this one's while you maintain it, so it's an ongoing thing. So as soon as someone goes out of range, it's not going to do anything anymore.
As I said, that's why you have to keep running up and down. When it comes back round to their turn. But yeah, no, it's unlikely that you'd be able to get everybody with that, which, I don't know, that feels reasonable. Speakers are broke enough as it is. So, yeah, where are you vibing? Where you think you want to be placed, or where does other people think it'd be useful to have their speakers?
Well, I am either an artillery cannon or have more melee effectiveness for whoever's in fighting in melee.
So I think based on that, because we know Ignysera can do firepower, it's maybe worth having you the opposite. So maybe you're up front then.
That sounds good. And then
Lockhart, where do you want to be? You could also be up front if you wanted. It doesn't need to be balanced, but yeah, you
slightly off balance, but potentially in the middle.
Okay.
think that's where Lockheart would probably gravitate, because likes having people on all sides. But then also, if it was a case of trying to help at the back, it's not going to be doing much. He's not going to be doing much at the front. But at the middle, if it's like talking and, well, not mechanically encouraging, just if it is a bit of just like listening in and chatting to people and trying to keep spirits up,
Also, you can try and find out what's going on. Who did the murder?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Who've done it?
Yep. Sounds good. Okay. I'm assuming we don't have Nori back yet, given the exclamation mark that is on there. I think they're having some troubles. I know that they were having troubles with the app on the desktop, and then they went to the browser version. I don't think that's been helping them at all, now that we're actually live and needs to deal with like webcam feeds and stuff. But it's hard to say without physically being there to troubleshoot sometimes. I can just mess with things instinctively. But if I can get them even on their phone, at least that's some audio that we can work with. We'll wait and see how that goes. I don't imagine Nori's going to have an issue being up front other than feeling exposed. But I think they'd be happy with Falkwin next to them as a gun. And potentially some defensive or aggressive buffs as well, so I think he'd be quite happy with that. And obviously can correct us if need be. But yeah, I guess he's can like start marching people out. Again, fast pace, slow pace, medium pace. What's the plan? There would be a lot of risk at going slow. Let's put it that way. But again, it depends on how much you want to get
fast
people.
Without running. Quick march.
So a slow run. Obviously, there's in general when you're trying to organize the rabble, there's the only thing people are talking about is, did you hear that only 2 of them were actually trampled, and 2 are missing? So that is the predominant conversation in the rabble. The fact that 2 people have ran off, 2 people got trampled, but 3 people died. What's that about? What does that mean? Obviously, they don't have the answers you guys kind of have. They don't have the backstory, the insight, etc. They've just kind of got the fact that somebody died and it looks like they were stabbed. You don't necessarily know the relevance of what that means. So that's a lot of the dialogue that a lot of people... So it's, it's not quite at the stage of inciting riots or anything yet, but it's definitely a very disconcerting narrative that everyone's like left with. Now we're in murder caves, so that is the predominant conversation. That seems to kind of go there, and every so often you'll like Dig is moving up and down, like trying to just check in on people, but really you can see her eyes are really sharp. Like she's very specifically, you can know that she's almost as if she's counting everyone every time. Because obviously she spent the most time with this lot, so she's definitely trying to take in as much info as she can. She's volunteered kind of publicly to be the kind of gopher between your checkpoints for that reason, but really it's so she can, kind of make herself feel comfortable and useful regarding that. So obviously every so often she'll pass, like she'll either get to the front or go to the middle or get to the end and just kind of check in with you guys, and just kind of give you, how's things? So far so good. Very little on the way of discussing anything that maybe even looked into or overheard, and then might walk a bit with you guys and then decide she's going to another like checkpoint in the caravan. So that happens for
as we're sort of walking through. Can Lockhart just kind of listen in to various people nearby? They happen to be talking about stuff. Just check in that the vibe is what they say. Like it doesn't have to be specific. Just like
no, but
people.
Do me a favor. Roll 5 D100. You can do it from that roller thing at the side if it helps. Okay. Again, primarily, what you're getting from, like, spot checking, I guess. People are cold, tired, hungry, scared, like, not sure it was maybe worth leaving what they had for this unknown scariness that is the adventure so far they're on. They've obviously been travelling for weeks to get out of the pit and through the wastelands and stuff. So there's quite a lot of skepticism, I guess, maybe. Like, again, regret, skepticism, fear, primarily fear, obviously, with the way people are like running things over their head, like, oh, just get through, or keep your eyes shut, like, whatever it happens to be. However, one mind you can't read.
I will make a definite note of who that person is.
So, again, hard to say, obviously, from the crowd, unless you specifically worked your way through them to get to them. Obviously, from like your middle vantage point, you've got a lot of people in front and behind. But yeah, like, if you spent enough time trying to rescan them, you might not be able to read them a second time. So it might help you identify that person, but not reading someone isn't necessarily like suspicious, because you do get people with obviously guarded minds and things. But it's definitely noteworthy. It's the first time you've hit a block, as it were. Also, hello, Chris. Can you hear us? Maybe. Can see the green. I'm not getting any audio from Chris yet, but I can see that there should be.
I've got no idea what's going
Yep,
on
no,
here.
that's good. We've got some audio there. That was at least some audio. Woohoo! Okay. I think there's a tiny bit of a delay.
Alive.
So we'll catch you up, Chris, then, right? So everyone's been organised into, again, at least a line, if nothing else. Okay, you've got yourself and Falkwin up front. You've got Myr'ra and Lockheart in the middle, and you've got Ignysera at the back. Dig, she's working her way up and down, checking in with each station. As you are kind of like quick marching people through the rest of the caves is the current setup. So you've been moving people through. And as I said, the most conversation that has been overheard is just people going, 2 people have died to trampling, but there's a 3rd person who died, and there's 2 people who are missing. That's suspicious. So that's really the most that you've missed, other than Lockheart trying to mind read some people, but obviously Nori wouldn't necessarily notice that. But yes, so are you doing anything with that information, Lockheart? Other than
I guess. I mean, I would be trying to narrow it down.
Give me a perception check, like, I guess. Let's try and narrow it down that way. And I'm assuming you're doing it visually rather than psychically again, but you're trying to narrow it down.
Yeah, I was just to read through how it will work. Yeah, no, I guess I was basically thinking about this, just trying to like get a hunch about people, seeing is there.
Yeah, like an insight check type idea. Basically. Yeah. The problem is you're going to be faced with the fact that the person that you suspect is in an area in front of you with obviously several people and things, so gauging their body language isn't the easiest from this point, so I'm going to say this is going to be hindered by 2 steps from where you are, unless you're specifically going to walk in front of the group you think it is, stop and go, let me look at all of you. Just because of the the current layout of people.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely give that a go, and we'll see how that goes. Am I modifying the roll in any way?
Yes. 2 levels of effort if it's a sort of
To mitigate the
or
the
'cause
hindrance.
just 5 edge. So
Well, if you're doing that, we could ignore that because that's not going to cost you, right? And we can just ignore the hindrance if you wanted, because it's 2 level of hindrance, so that'll cancel each other out. And it could just be a normal roll.
and then due to the various trainings, it'd be
Yep.
specialized roll.
So it's technically +6 would be the roll currently. Cool.
And I don't think I can set it. It's if we are the cold.
Was Nori on for that? I think you were. For the scarf? Were you on for the scarf conversation, Nori? I think so. Maybe. We'll find out. What did we get? So that's what, 9 plus
So
6?
so difficulty 3.
Well, it's a 15 you technically rolled, right? If it's 9 plus 6.
Yes.
So it's a difficulty 5 that you bet. Right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yep,
9 plus 6. So yeah.
Yep. So, yeah, you obviously like kind of narrow your litigious mind down. Your social skills honing in, and you get no clue who it could be. Absolutely no clue. But it's too normal, if that makes sense. It's like
Someone's blending in.
yes, but there's
They
nothing.
have blended in.
It's the point where you're like, now when someone's I am wearing normal clothes, and because of that they stand out. I think someone used to joke about going, like, it's like wearing a grey tie. It's too normal. So yeah, you've got this fact, because you're doing this from like the back and through several people, it's quite tricky to kind of gauge. But I mean, yeah, you could try and scan several people again if you wanted with like your kind of mind reading, if you wanted to try and narrow through that. But it definitely looks like if you've caught on to something, whoever it is aware that you've caught on. Otherwise, why would they have known to specifically do? Yeah, it is odd, because you knew enough to obviously scan people and get an inkling of one. That's a bit odd. And when you specifically kind of, oh, that is odd because it's too normal now. So yeah, I know that's vague as fuck, but that's the point. Like,
Yeah, no, I get it. And just while I'm here, could I attempt to help the people nearby? Just given that we have done this journey already. So
oh yeah, no, you could
even though it's
definitely,
not-
yeah. Like all the people in the area that are like obviously maybe listening over, like, because obviously you guys are special interest people, right? Like, these will be the focal point of stuff, especially if that dig is interested in you guys and whatnot. And these are here as the protectors. Definitely, you could be reassuring people to your somewhat competence of getting through these caves once. So, yeah, if that was the goal of trying to, like, I guess, reassure people, unless it was a different goal of incite violence.
Well, it was either essentially reassure them of it's like the journey's possible, I guess, because it's like, look at me, I'm not a big guy. You don't have to be an amazing athlete, but you will manage this journey.
Yeah.
And yeah, because I can do that without that plus 1 level of effort without.
Yep, that's it.
It'd
Yeah.
just be kind of trying to do this continuously, and yes, the scanning. So that would be the sort of the narrative of.
Yeah, that's
why.
basically how you spent your, like, at least your day, like, doing that. What about every day else? Anyone else get anything specific they want to be doing, like Lockhart's in full swing at least? But every day else, any thoughts? So Myr'ra, since you're in the middle, anything?
Yeah, I think I'll be sort of pinging things back and forwards telepathically of everything's fine here, how are you guys? And trying to like keep lines of communication.
Can I clarify just for everybody's like on the same page? So all of the party have telepathy, but is it between you and them rather than everybody in a group call?
I think so. I'll
Yep.
pop the text in.
Yep.
But it's two-way but the other party must be willing.
Mhm.
But it doesn't seem to say that we can connect in a network. It just says that I can connect.
You are
more than
effectively
one person.
the switchboard, but that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. But I can ping it out to everybody relatively quickly.
So everybody just make sure you remember that you do have a psychic connection to Myr'ra, that you can relay info, and obviously can get to anybody else in the network as long as Myr'ra is still active.
Yeah. Put me through too. And then I think apart from that, she'll also be trying to seem, that kind of not like big and heroic, but like also quite normal. That kind of like reassuring, like, we've done this, like it was okay. Handing out like any form of like, I don't know, cinnamon sticks or things to put on her teapot to kind of be like, oh, I've got some chamomile. Oh, you're getting some blisters.
And it is likely that the younger people have been pushed to the middle, right? It is likely. A lot of the people that were willing to help fight the limb monster have stuck to the back as well, quite nobly. And a lot of the kind of motherly, womanly side of people have been like pushed. Not that some of them didn't try to fight the monster, of course, but they've been kind of put up front. Kind of younger people, and then the men. It's kind of how they've naturally divided themselves up as well. But you can probably tell that's maybe how they've also travelled thus far. Because remember, it was like 3 different groups that all kind of like joined up. The problem is, though, despite that, there is still a weird air of, because everyone's a bit edgy, there is maybe people aren't quite as friendly with each other. Maybe as people are getting tired and grumpy and cranky and hungry, like you've got like sharper comments that may become arguments happening. Maybe not near the middle, but maybe near the front and the back more so. Where the social concentration isn't really happening. It's maybe people are getting irritated, but understandably so, because somebody here is a killer potentially. Okay, yep, I like that. Falkwin, anything up front?
So, being in the vanguard, Falkwin's definitely focused on what's ahead rather than what's going on in the group. So probably keeping an eye on the ceiling as best as his vision allows, keeping an eye on the path ahead. Maybe we're marching too quickly to get a chance to do this, but it crossed my mind that might be possible to do distance viewing, to go to sort of mentally go back to somewhere in the cave that we've been before, because we're going back down the way we came. Right.
I mean, at any point, if people were worried about pushing forward, because obviously you and Nori are up front leading this, so you kind of get to decide the pace that way. I mean, you can choose to just say, right, after 3 hours of walking, we'll stop and I'll do like some quick scouting. Like Nori maybe running off, and you also like silently retracing your steps with the route that you've, because I mean obviously you've been the route, so we can definitely have found time during, because I'm basically montaging a bit of a day here of travel time, so
I don't know if I want to budget the intellect to do this more than once in the whole day, because this is going to cost me 2. And once I use it, I can look where it's landed, but I can't move the place that I'm seeing. So we have to pick one very strategic place that is good to check. So,
I mean, keep in mind though, it lasts an hour, and you can like, once it's up and running, you can obviously loop in with it, you know, during that hour, which is useful. It's obviously just not necessarily as useful as mapping a whole tunnel system, obviously, but it's still good. It still gives you a lot of, you know, what's around the corner.
Yeah, for a cost.
So we're doing that at least
How far
once.
away are we from the cave where we found Bumblebee?
That's several days.
Several days.
Yeah, so that was like, let's say it was like a day in to the cave, and let's say the cave system entirely is 7 days of like walking. So yous are going to be at the end of this montage about a day in, but it'll technically be like a day and a half in of your timeline, because these are speed walking every day to get through it. So quite a bit away from Posey's, you know, little camp. But yeah, anything Nori wants to do up front?
Well, in that case, I'm going to be looking for a campsite.
Mhm.
We're traveling
Well,
with
keep in mind,
however many people.
You know where the campsites have been because of the escort info that you've got, so you don't need to worry about it. You've got that sorted, but that's why you're up front, because obviously you're the navigator here, and you probably have the best eyes in the party. Like, let's face it. So, perfect. So
I'll probably do one round of distance viewing then to scout out just sort of the entrance to the campsite.
yeah, that sounds good. Like, just scout the campsite bit.
Yeah, so given the information that we've got about where it is, and given that we've been up here, I'm guessing that we at least passed by the place where it would be.
Yeah, I think you would have. I think you said when the way through you just skipped actually camping at that particular one, but you definitely would have passed where it would have cut off into. So you can definitely like scan that area to get. Yep.
Cool. I will do that.
Yeah, no worries at all. I don't think anything is technically resisting this, so I don't know if a roll needs to happen at this particular juncture for this one. It'd only be if you were trying to like do something that had resistance of some kind. I don't think the caves gives a fuck that you're looking through it. So
it says GM's discretion. You may have to succeed at an intellect task if the location is warded.
Which, funnily enough, it's not. So no, you can definitely like psychically describe what it looks like when you're distance viewing, because obviously you're kind of left, a bit.
Well, so I really hope that I don't see anything of concern when I'm there, but. Or do you mean what does it look like from
the animation budget?
My character.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Falkwin, it's a weird one for him because his magic is all kind of voice-y, and this one's his mind. So he's just kind of whispering to himself, seemingly with his eyes open, but his eyes seem to be not seeing, and he's had to stop to do this briefly, but. It's only an action to actually create the thing and an action to check it, so he's just sort of stopped briefly and he's whispering to himself, eyes have kind of gone glassy, and you don't really notice anything up with him other than that, aside from maybe a sort of like vaguely magical sheen.
Yeah, I was going to say, beyond casting the spell level of nonsense, it's very, very subtle, I'm guessing, beyond the initial casting of it, and then the like zoning out to pick up on the sensor. But yeah, you look through the sensor and it's dark.
Oh good. Falkwin doesn't have dark vision.
No.
Right.
No, and the sensor uses your senses.
Yes.
So yeah, there's no light there because you just need to take the light with you. Yep, but I mean that's also a good sign that nothing else has light there.
Yeah. I did say eyes, but as I check the skill again, it does say hear, see, and smell.
Yeah, and it smells like the cave smells, and it sounds like the cave sounds.
Okay, so at the very least, no excited chittering.
Not that you can hear. No.
That's good.
Excuse me. Okay. But yes, ultimately from a smelling point of view and a sound point of view, seems fine. But obviously it's in darkness.
Can I continue looking through it for a while, let the group and Nori get a little ahead, just for like maybe 30 seconds or a minute or so to let my eyes adjust, and hope to maybe see like the vaguest outline of some shapes?
I mean, you also could just, if it's 30 seconds you're taking, you could just not tell them to move on yet for 30 seconds and try and let your eyes adjust, but you don't get anywhere with that, unfortunately.
Okay.
It doesn't. You need more light there because you're in a cave. There's not like nice glowing fungal moss that's giving off some bioluminescence, unfortunately. There was no budget for that in this cave, sadly. We got these secondhand from the Star Trek set, so.
Okay.
But yeah.
Hopefully Nori's scouting's more useful.
But the good thing is, like, if you could somehow have given Nori the ability to see through that, Nori's got night vision.
Yeah.
Like, Nori, your eyes to my eyes.
Unfortunately. And it's not like my magic ability is teleported to there either, so it's not like I can use hedge magic to like, portable light source.
If only, right? That would be awesome, like a new point of casting.
Yeah.
But sadly not, no. But it's still a good thing to do, like near the end of like the day, to be like, we're coming up on that campsite, we're far enough away, let's have a wee scout out to make sure it's actually, we've got no surprises waiting on it, like chittering bug swarms. But yeah, that's good. Yep. As I said, you're probably not expecting anything other than the fact that unless a whole bunch of really quiet bugs are waiting. But I think the sensor is invisible, I think, yeah. So it would need to be somebody with like a magic sense to even know it was there. So you're probably fine. Anything else happening in the group? So I know that we've got Lockhart and Myr'ra managing the middle. We've got Nori keeping vigilance. We've got Falkwin like psychically scouting. We've got at the back. How is Ignysera's journey?
So she's just kind of keeping an eye on everything, making sure that everyone's keeping up and that there's no one behind her.
Here's a question actually that'll adjust how you are at the back of that. Has Dig been looked into the telepathic link or not?
Yeah, I'm fairly happy with Dig being.
Yeah, that's just it. Just means that
linked to me, so like it's
if
not
that's
like
the
I'm
case,
failing.
it just means she doesn't have to walk up and down. She would actually just stay at the back with Ignysera, which is why I'm like, well, socially, that's probably good to know. So if Dig's in the loop as well, it means that after she's walked up and down, maybe every so often when she maybe runs out of small talk or conversation, she'll do a run up and down through the crowd. Probably more for her own confidence as well, because while she's quite willing to trust you guys from witnessing the limb monster fight, she's also very much a case of, I've got this far because I'm self-reliant thus far. So, but for the most part, I mean, she doesn't do it as much as she would have done normally, so she does hang at the back a lot more for the same reason of, I'd rather keep an eye on everybody. That way. So it does mean that if you were looking to talk to somebody on the journey or whatever, you've at least got some company at the back. But she does often say, like, as long as I'm not, if you'd rather be here alone, I'm happy to walk up and down again. Like, she's very not imposing that way.
Yeah.
But yes, anything else you're doing other than, because nobody is eager to be left behind, let's put it that way, very, very eager. But you can definitely see it's the slightly more maybe testosterone fueled gentlemen that seem to be the ones at the back, the ones eager to just jump at a limb monster. They're like, don't worry, we've got this, if anything comes our way, do you know what I mean, we'll sort them out. That kind of slight rowdiness of, you can tell they're actually just exhausted and need to sleep, do you know what I mean, but they're like, we got this, bunch of drunken lads after a night out vibe. So yes, but anything else you're doing to?
Probably not. Like maybe like talking a little bit to the to some of the guys that are at the back. It's like, you're doing a really good job, thank you. Bigging them up a bit. They're feeling like good.
Yeah.
Making sure that they're still looking out for people and stuff.
Yeah, and obviously they're going to react exactly as you imagine to being like bigged up by, a big tanky warrior lady. They're going to be like, yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, even she thinks we're cool. Like, yeah. And like, again, there are varying ages, because you've got like definitely like older men that are, they've maybe had to fight for a lot of their like time in the pit or whatever, but definitely like, not all of them are like, your 28 something kind of drunken lad vibe. Like, a lot of them are kind of like, maybe people that have had to defend land vibed people as well, that are maybe in their like late 40s or maybe even 60s, depending on like the mix of the refugees, because there is a massive age mix in here. Obviously the majority seem to be like, between 20 and 40 for the most part. That's probably just due to a lot of older people have settled in the pit. They've just made their peace with it. But yeah, cool. So if that's the case, you I guess get to that campsite pretty quickly. Anything meaningful you just want to do?
Are we arriving at the campsite just now?
Yep.
Is this?
We know our...
Go for it, Nori. You started.
Yeah, we know the rough number of how many people
There should
still have with us.
there should be 74 people with you, not including you specifically, but that does include Dig. Dig is one of the 74.
I'm going to turn to Falkwin and I'm going to ask him to stop everybody coming in. I'm going to take a quick scout around the campsite just to make sure that it is safe. And I'm going to ask Falkwin to start counting people as they're coming in, just to make sure that we still have everybody here, that nobody's missing, that, and kind of group them into family groups if possible.
That'd be tricky, but yeah, you can definitely try to group people.
Yeah.
But yep.
If this was another system, Falkwin might need to roll for arithmetic now.
Yep. Counting with numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Nori, you want to head in? You want to do some kind of perception roll for me to have a scout around the camp itself for me? Are you looking for anything in particular, or just to make sure it feels safe?
Just to make sure it feels safe, nothing
Okay.
untoward. So, where is it? I'm on one screen at the moment, so bear with me.
That's okay. You take your time.
Is there a perception roll? This is going to disappear behind here somewhere, isn't it? Oh, it's so difficult on one screen.
Yeah, I've shared my screen
there we
real
go.
estate theories, and I just need all of it. I need all of the screen real estate.
I survive with one ultra wide right now, but I really miss having have 16x9 as well. I'm probably going to get another one at some point.
I used to always enjoy the fact that every so often I'd be like, from my screen edge all the way around to my other screen edge. Okay, so we've got another 15. Okay, yeah. Yeah, campsite looks pretty safe. Like, again, you didn't use this one on the way in, so it kind of looks untouched since, what, probably months? Whenever the last one happened, like a month ago? Or whenever the last one I said happened. Which was probably like, maybe a month or maybe ago. So, yeah, seems safe.
Then I'm going to go back to Falkwin, and I'm going to make it kind of obvious that I'm looking for something as the people come in, just to see if there's any reaction.
Like specifically, like,
Not glaring at them,
okay,
but enough that they know that we're looking for something.
okay, yeah. While you two are dealing with the, doorman duties, team mid, what's happening?
Okay, can we say with certainty that the leader
Dig.
Dig, yes,
Yeah, Diggle Clovis.
was with us when the murder happened?
No, because you don't know specifically when the murder happened, other than it was during the chaos of the fight.
I was thinking the ones that stayed to help us with the fight are more likely to be not.
So Team Lads are probably fine.
Yeah. And I couldn't remember if Dig had been there with us.
I think Dig was like at the entrance of the cave, making sure people got in.
I think that's true. I think Dig was actually with you at the entrance of the cave kind of area. Lockhart.
Yeah, which again, like, she could have walked in.
Well, the thing is, Lockhart also passed out at the entrance of the cave for a lot of weird psychic reasons and messages that he's definitely not in the black ink. A lot of things happened to Lockhart. He just went, "This is a day."
So her alibi might not be 100%.
So you can't say for certain, unfortunately, but you're reasonably sure that she's probably fine, right?
Right.
Just because she was with you, like at that entranceway, making sure people were getting in. But that is also likely where, like, some of the more chaotic nonsense happened of people trying to get into that cave as quickly as possible, into the narrow spaces from the open side of it, because obviously the cave entrance is quite like overlappy stone, so it was not ideal. I will also bring up something that maybe is worth mentioning that nobody's brought up yet, but you haven't heard from KT in a day.
We should maybe message him.
Mm-hmm.
We don't think he has the ability to message us, do we? Okay.
I mean, you definitely know that Lockhart has received messages from KT previously.
Ah. Okay, that is more worrying then.
Yeah.
What's the last thing we saw him doing?
Well, he went off to find the two stragglers that had ran away. And you, I think, did you give him the info or not? I can't remember if you gave him the info or not. I think you did give him the names.
We did, yeah.
And I think he just replied, "Thrilling," or something like that. And that's the last you've heard for a day.
His Elven made switch.
I mean, they're probably with you guys, let's face it. Like, it's more realistic that they're with you guys, so they were probably in the middle with you guys when you were travelling. Definitely didn't forget about all of those very vital characters.
And the horses.
Well, he's on the horse, and you were on the donkey, remember? So, the donkey's with the group. The horse is not. The horse is with KT.
And is it worth Myr'ra doing a welfare check?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I could definitely scan check status. And then we could message.
Yep.
I was also going to ask, is there like a one entrance
for this particular campsite? Yes. Yep.
Okay. Grand.
It will also be quite cramped with 70 plus people, to the point where like a third of the people probably will have to stay outside, like into the cave like thing. So the campsite is going to be.
We want that to be lads.
Yeah. They're likely to volunteer for that though. Like they're likely to be like, we'll do that. Of course we will. Who else would? So. Right, what did we get there? So check status.
Okay.
Is it who are we adding to the lists?
Who would we like to check in on? For Katie.
Okay.
I might check on Posey, see where she's at.
I mean,
How's she
possibly.
feeling about being B currently?
I think Posey's maybe with whoever they've spent the most time with as a B. So maybe like Ignysera. I think, because I think Ignysera has been on B duty for a lot of it, be it, or Posey.
Yeah, just see how she's doing.
Or she could be with you, like you could have Posey.
Yeah, I'll still check in on her.
Yeah,
we can't speak to her right now.
Okay.
Anyone else generally in the world who know how they're doing?
Yeah, anybody else who's on a vibe check?
Checking on Sir Ethane.
Yeah, that was good.
I get very little from him whenever I do. He's like,
all good. Bye. That's it.
yeah.
Please stop calling this number.
Who gave you this number?
This is X directory.
I can't check it on Rift anymore because Hedera will get mad.
Yeah.
She always knows.
Checking on Hedera. Riven will never know.
Oh no, but
she's happy. Yeah.
That's true. If Hedera's fine, then we know Riven's fine.
I mean, valid. Yep. I mean, you could always check in with Talanis, because realistically, if Talanis is fine, it's likely that Hedera and Riven, like the triangle that they are.
I can check in on like Vermi to see if like there's a level up. We can figure out if Sir Ethane has made it there. We can check out.
I'll add Vermi to the list if you want. Yeah. Like why not?
I also assume I probably don't need to. I think it's like up to 10.
No, you don't need to do everyone every time. Like it's just that if you wanted to get your mileage, it's right. So we get KT, Posey, Sir Ethane, Vermi, Philip.
Yeah, check out what Arcanatrix is doing.
Anyone in particular? The Arcanatrix.
Dwell.
Amazing.
Master
Master Duel. I always try to.
I think she would always as well, if there's slots left, check in on her parents.
Okay.
It's probably just like we've got to this point. I'll check how mum and dad are doing. Margot, do we want to check on Queen Margot? Because that might tell us in case anything's going on.
You could do.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got 3 slots left. Or more if you just keep adding.
Just keep going. Falkwin, do we want to? We could check in because we're doing it on Myr'ra.
Yeah.
Whose quest we are currently sort of on.
Yeah, you're outsourcing
Again,
that quest currently.
Yeah, the bird might have arrived. We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I forgot. We sent some stuff over that way. Yeah, we should check on her. Yeah.
Yeah. And technically, like, Serithane's on part of that quest for you guys, right? Technically, right? You did say if you could save some of the, plant. For the lunar bloom, the night bloom thing. Okay. So we get Sarah, Margot, parents, Master Duel, Verme, Serithane, Posey, KT. 2 more? Or is that it?
I think we'll leave it there.
Any takers? Any takers? Okay.
Be brave enough to tap into a celestial? Or a face, sorry?
Oh, some chiral
I
action.
did consider chiral, but I was like,
How are you doing? Still in agony.
Yeah.
It's actually just screaming you hear.
Yeah.
No, maybe not chiral.
No.
It would be good, but again, Serithane, we might get some.
Okay, I'm happy with that list if you are. So, remind me again, what do you get from this?
I get just like their emotional state. / are they awake?
9 performance represents few words. Creatures don't have to share anything they want to, including acknowledging that you checked in on them. Can't lie through the connection. One person might let you know that they're upset. Doesn't mean you know why. Okay, okay.
It's kind of like that moment. How are they feeling?
Okay, so Sarah has. I'll just work my way through the list in whatever various way I've chosen. Sarah has. There's an excitement, an academic excitement with Sarah, and is very excited to like catch up with you guys once you've got the the parts.
Yeah.
Margot is fine. That's all you get.
Yeah.
Parents seem to be as you expect them to be. Obviously naturally concerned for their daughter. Did you tell them what you were doing? No. No, it's probably better. Okay. Verme, fine with a tone of that's my public answer. Yep. Posey is a B.
Great.
Nothing from Serithane.
Naturally.
But it's not a no connection. It's just a not replying to a text.
Yeah. I feel that's what we generally get from him.
Master Duel. There is massive amounts of anxiety that comes through that connection, like panic attack levels of anxiety, very briefly until there's then massive amounts of like excitement and curiosity, and then you get a message in your head that said, "Oh, is this who I think it is?"
Yes. Hi, Master Dwell.
There's a second message that comes through, and I won't be able to hear your replies unless you message me. But if it's who I think it is, Philip says hi.
Okay, I make a note. Possibly after we've messaged Katie.
You cannot connect to Katie.
Oh no. Okay. Slight problem.
This is like my favourite mini-game, by the way, this part of the RPG.
So I couldn't connect, and that's normally not good. Because last time I knew someone was unconscious when I couldn't. So maybe we should try and message him and see if that gets through. Because I think he can also choose not to. I think the first time we tried this, we got nothing. He said he'd like open. Oh, was that Thane? Somebody said.
Thane was blocking messages previously. Katie's the one you did scan and was sleeping because it was morning.
Yes.
Yes.
We have got through to him before.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
We should message.
Who's messaging and what are we saying?
Yeah, I think Lockheart probably will. Just maybe. I think for the moment we'll not panic yet. Just sort of be like, keep it.
Myr'ra looks like that's the antithesis of what he wants to do. I think all academics are on a certain level. Just sheer panic all the time.
That rings true.
Yeah. Lockhart, what's happening? What are we thinking?
So probably say, end up finding them killers then. Hope all is well. Are you nearby? We are. I think we're about to reach the campsite, I guess.
It doesn't even feel like your ring sent the message. Like, your knowledge of how these rings work are obviously you think of a person that you've met, you feel that, line of connection because it feels like the message power will go, and there's none of that. It'd be like trying to say, I want to message that guy that's in charge of that building that I've never met. There's no way to make the ring know that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the way these rings kind of are giving that impression. Bless you.
Okay, slightly morbid experiment.
Always a great preface.
Lockhart's going to try and message someone that's dead.
Okay.
Compare, essentially.
Okay. Out of all the dead people you know, which one?
Well, yeah.
Raised two of them.
Yeah.
Two less dead.
So I think it would probably be someone sort of random that Lockhart just happens to know that has died in the past.
Okay.
And not a character that we've actually interacted with yet, just in case this does do something.
What you're saying is someone far enough away that it's not your problem for a while.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
As a graveyard explodes.
I mean, the thing is, this isn't that out of character for Lockhart, because Lockhart has specifically interacted with undead previously.
Yep.
So, yeah. I don't know what that makes for the suspicion rating of Lockhart anymore. I've realised how out of context that sounds, but, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it. So yeah, I think Lockhart would just like to try that, just to see how it compares.
Okay, so we're doing like a random person that, I don't know, from your hometown that you know has died. Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was their name?
This will be someone from the village, essentially the next door neighbor, and this can be Jim.
Okay. Hello, Jim.
Dead Jim.
Very like Friday night dinner, Jim. So, yep. So Jim, who is dead, and you're trying to make a connection with the ring to Jim. Yeah. So now that description I gave you about how the ring wasn't connecting with KT, imagine I said that about Jim as well.
Okay, so the comparison works.
The difference with it is slightly nuanced, where it's that you've met Jim, etc. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just there's nothing to take the call, as it were.
And we have used message to...
You and Kitty have exchanged messages in the past, yeah.
Exactly. So this isn't just him being undead.
Assuming he is even undead. He's a very complex individual.
I will share that with Myr'ra.
Myr'ra will look more panicked.
Okay.
Okay.
80 might be
In trouble. Let's go with in trouble.
We don't know how far they might have gotten. Or we might have found who they were looking for.
No one else has come back either.
We've been marching for like a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's in the best scenario, be a day away. In the worst scenario, it could be a day the other way as well. That does.
He had a horse. Could I?
Check status on the horse.
Would I check status on the horse?
Yes, you can. Why the fuck not?
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not going to waste any of the other plot. I'm just going to check status on the horse.
and all these other NPCs. So
Well, my question will be, if I know someone's name, can I do it? Can I try and check status on... What were they called?
well, let's face it.
Not an Keen and Silver Mug?
Potentially. So does it say that you can tell it reach out to 10 creatures known to you? So yeah, I guess so.
Maybe one of them will be like, I'm a murderer.
Okay, so we want Noya's horse, which I think was it Biscuit or something we called it. Like I can't remember what we called the horse. Was
it was something
like,
food related.
Yeah,
because
tofu. Yeah, tofu and something else. Yeah. I don't know why I thought Biscuit for some reason. That's just the first thing that came to my head, but I don't recall what it was called. But anyway, Noya's horse. And then, what was it, Chloe and Keenan?
Chloe and Keenan, yeah.
Chloe and Keenan. They sound like children's entertainers, the way I said that. Like Saturday morning TV. Okay, so, the horse seems agitated.
Okay, but alive.
But that could feel like it's in a dark cave. And then Chloe is, very scared, but like a scared in determination, as you could imagine, someone who's attempting to run, and you get nothing back from Keenan. As in, they have decided to give nothing back.
Ooh, okay. So still a connection, but when people would post purposely blank statuses.
Yes.
You'd be like, why are you doing that?
Just give me song lyrics like every other passive-aggressive millennial.
Let me figure out who you're mad at. Okay. I relay that to Lockheart.
That complicates things further.
And I have no way with check status of telling how far anyone is.
Sadly not, no.
Okay. We could attempt to message Chloe and ask if she knows what's going on, but it sounds like she could just be running, so she might not be anywhere near.
That would be a reasonable assumption, is that it's someone just running through a dark cave away from a monster made of arms and mouths.
Yeah.
Be a bit like...
Has this message transferred to everybody else yet?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Give us a second. What was that, Lockheart?
No, it's fine.
Okay, cool. Nori, what was your thought process then? What was your thinking?
Well, my thought process is we still have the 3 elven companions.
Yes, yep.
Are they linked to AT in any way? And I believe they're close to used to it. Middle?
Yeah, they're kind of near us. I don't think we've told them yet.
No, I don't think
No,
so.
no,
either.
but-
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just to see if they have any
Yeah, like
Oh, if they've got some kind of-
otherworldly connection. Yeah.
Mm,
I think it'd be unlikely, but it's worth a try. I think.
yeah. Well, has there been any change in their behaviour in the last?
well, who do you want to ask? Marabella, Dakima, Camberley,
I feel like possibly the one who got nearly.
Dakima. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, currently snacked on is her little title in my notes.
Okay. Yeah. What do you want to ask Dakima?
Just checking in. Do you have any way of contacting KT?
And then like you can see like her facial expression changes a bit, and she goes, "Oh, is there?" And she like looks around and goes, "Is there something wrong?"
It's been a day, and it'd be good to check in.
Right. No, unfortunately. And she like almost like as if like checking pockety type things is like
Do I have a phone?
like the equivalent of like do I have like a message like spell like prepped or whatever, and it's like no, we've not really. We tend not to. We travel together, but once we're there, and she kind of like gives you like an apologetic kind of sorry, not really helpful here. She's like, I mean, if you want, I mean, we could try and scout ahead if you wanted. We could try and find him.
Give us a second.
Okay.
I'm going to send out like. I think we all need to talk.
Okay.
We all gather at the like entrance of the.
So this is before we let people in. You'll have you guys just have a meeting inside.
Yeah, or do we have we been letting people in
You just can decide now.
as we were?
I mean, I think we might as well let the people in. We can have a somewhat stilted conversation, but we can have one completely privately.
Yes, like I think we can stand in a circle and all stare at each other quite intensely while I bounce ideas.
It's like just like having to relay. They think this and they think that and they think yep.
Yeah.
One at a time.
Chinese whispers.
Yep. But yeah, you can do that. Are you bringing Dig into this or leaving Dig to manage the people getting in part?
Maybe leave Dig to manage people.
Yeah.
Lockhart would like to have a psychic pass over Dig at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think the Elven Maidens will also help Dig manage this crowd, given that they're probably safe bets, right? Since KT brought them. So, yeah, they'll start like funneling people in. Obviously, they're trying to say, like, they are very specific saying, do you want to be in here or do you want to be out there? They're doing their best to be like, do you think you can be helpful to keep everybody safe out there? Then be out there. If not, come in and stay, cozy. Marabelle is far too in people's faces for their comfort. So, yeah. And
Are still trying to intimidate and get a reaction.
And genuinely, like, Marabelle is the likely person that would cause that, given their overbearing, like, kind of unregulated and, inappropriate joy that they seem to have in these kind of, like, this is all fine. So, what's the conversation you guys have then? What's the gist of it?
I'm guessing we pawned off the task of counting the refugees to the people who are currently managing that.
That's been stopped. There's been a more important, everybody needs to talk conversation had to happen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I ping everybody that KT is not responding to check status or to messages, and we can't get messages to connect, and that's probably not good. And then I relay that Neuer's horse, like one at a time. Okay. That Neuer's horse was alive but agitated. Could just be cave, could be something else. Chloe was just determined but scared. And I got nothing from Keenan.
Like basically rejected the call. Yeah.
Yeah. Makes him a bit more suspicious again, but we're also kind of on the train of thought that we're with the murderer here. And then I also probably point out to everybody that we probably need a plan that doesn't involve us all leaving the refugee.
I think it might be worth starting with Chloe. Just feel a bit bad if we'd, cyclically connected to her at the beginning. We might have just got her to stop, turn around, and get her to regroup much sooner. We've let that one. That one's on us a bit. So yeah, that's more Alexander thinking than Lockhart thinking. But
That's okay though. How does message work? Is it more restrictive with who you know? Because obviously Chick says is quite broad. So it might have been that wasn't a viable choice. Because you didn't really know of Chloe till, people pointed their name out. But I know you did make a point of running over the group of refugees, so depending on the level of interaction needed with the person, it might not have been an option. But does anybody have the text?
I don't remember if my text is what I wrote down or the exact wording.
Or what does it say?
It allows the user to project one-way telepathic message, 10 words per level, 3rd level, and 1d10 depletion.
Okay, so it is possibly missing some text.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's also what mine says, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So what's the plan?
I can try and message her.
So, Falkwin, at the cost of not getting to do one of his other really powerful self buffs from Myr'ra Wish, can become a human lie detector. I can use Light of Truth, which for 1 hour eases any attempt to discern falsehood by 2 difficulty steps.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Which is a +6 on the dice. So we could conduct interviews.
Do we have the time? I know if we're staying here to rest.
There's 70 people or so, right?
I'm going to highlight as well, so the last part of that text, by the way, is 10 words per cipher level with an unlimited range to anyone they know, is the wording. So, I guess if you have actually spoke to Chloe previously, they're a viable candidate, just to clarify that. And conducting 74 interviews would take a lot of time, just so you know. But you have time
They don't need,
if you
they don't
take
need to be
longer.
super detailed. They just it can be something as simple as answer me simply. Have you killed anyone today?
So that's that's the on paper academic premise approach to that. There's the 74 nervous and shifty people that need to be wrangled and willing to be interviewed.
Sure.
Yeah,
I don't even think that would need to be done like that. I think you could actually just be campfire conversations. You just wandering around as we sit here. Just general conversation to find out. Is it can you sense secrecy as well as blatant lies, or is it just blatant?
Any attempt to discern falsehood. So anyone who's trying to mislead me.
Yep.
Is it mislead you or mislead?
I think mislead in general. Discern falsehood. So whatever your interpretation of those words are.
Yeah, I feel like falsehood's pretty broad, right?
It was more does that apply to us as well? Is it just
I love that it's you asking this though. That's my favourite part of this.
it's whenever I attempt to discern falsehood, it's easier. So it's not like I just sort of ambiently know,
it's not zone of truth.
Yeah.
That's what I was.
Yeah, I think that's it took me longer to click to what the thinking was there, but it's not zone of truth. It's not like you're sanctifying an area and if anybody steps in it, they have to speak the truth. It's just Falkwin's perception of someone is enhanced.
Yeah, I can tell whether they're being shifty, tell whether they've got something to hide.
Okay, so
The problem with that, though, in this circumstance, I think everybody's got something to hide.
Also, Myr'ra, do you want to highlight what might be problematic about that with a bunch of Helborn?
The hindrance. We're all untrustworthy. There's a whole thing. It's is it devious or inner evil? There's a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, the Helborn like racial trait essentially on the build for like the descriptor basically means it's already hindered to start with because everybody naturally mistrusts Helborn.
People just have to cast, to persuade or deceive are hindered. We're not good at it.
So that's not bad, right? Because you're naturally going to distrust people anyway, but that also will throw off your investigation somewhat.
Is this person untrustworthy? Yes, all of them.
The good thing is though that buff will mitigate that and still give you a step up, which is good. So it is still an overall buff. You're seeing through the Helborn bullshit.
Would ask, has Lockhart filled any of us in on person whose mind you could not read? Because that would at least give us, we're probably looking in the people who were in front of us in the group.
Probably would fill in now that we're all formed.
Again, Myr'ra will beam that out.
Someone has a degree of mental blocking or security. It doesn't instantly make them guilty, but it's but it does mean so essentially if Falkwin was doing that, Lockhart could do the same, so that sort of halves the time that it would take if he was talking to people.
Yeah.
Just two people doing it might be a bit more obvious, but
I mean, I don't think Falkwin's attempt will be super subtle.
Where under the sacred beacon?
Yeah.
Oh, did you put your name in the goblet of...
Yeah, so I think going by how the FX budget for Minor Wish has gone so far, I think Light of Truth will be very much Falkwin has a very obvious magical light sort of billowing out of him, like he's some sort of like oh god, what was that 80s film with the Greek gods where one of them was maybe it was Hyperion the Titan or something, was shown as being like, there's a particular visual effect I'm thinking of. It's like intense glare.
Yeah, it doesn't ring a bell immediately, but it's also that 80s movie is a broad subject.
Yeah.
But yeah, Light of Truth is pretty broad.
Here,
yeah, no,
Clash
go
of the
for it.
Titans.
the problem we have here is we've got two things going on.
Mm-hmm.
You've got one, are we going to investigate what's happened to KT, or is he out there on his own? It's going to deal with what we have here. And two, if we do any investigations and somebody, for instance myself, goes back and tries to find KT, if you do start trouble in here, do you have enough strength to deal with it?
Remember, Marabella's got that slingshot.
So that's two choices. Are we focused on what's happening in the camp, or are we focusing on KT?
I mean, realistically,
It's two different things,
again, if I was managing resources, Nori is the best person to go after KT, because
absolutely.
Yep. You're probably the fastest to get there and back if there was an issue. And it is scouting ahead, right? Because he was ahead of you guys.
Yeah, he was in front of us.
And it's unlikely unless they somehow found somewhere to hide for you to bypass them. It's unlikely. You would have passed them without seeing them. So
we get to the 5 tunnels.
Exactly. Which is probably like a day away at the same pace. So
Yes.
I mean, wait up. What's the plan? Who's in favour of staying put, or who's in favour of sending someone to check on KT? I guess that's the question currently. Like, KT? All? Anyone?
I mean,
it
feels Yeah, it feels important that we check on KT, but I'm scared that if we divert all of our manpower away from the refugees, then they'll come back and they're just all dead.
I also think that I don't think you were all going to go check on KT, right? I think that was the plan. I think the plan was probably send Nori, realistically, unless anybody else volunteers to scout. Because I mean, Dakima did volunteer to scout.
Yeah, that is true. She was like, "I'll go."
Yeah.
If you want someone to come with you.
No, if I was doing this, it would be stealthily and quietly, and I don't know her skills.
We'd
and I wouldn't do
still
her.
be
She's a drinkable elf.
linked as
Yes.
well, so you can call back.
Yes.
And he does have a
can
ring.
Also try and message Chloe to see if, because I don't know if we spoke to her, but I have just checked her status, which I feel means I know her.
I think it's good enough, yeah.
Just in case she is like, yes, this happened. I kept running.
How would she message you back? What kind of response would you be looking?
True. Because we don't get a reply.
The only people that have replied are
they've got their own
ability to,
way to do it.
Basically, we don't know her ability, so that'll be down to.
Yes.
Oh, we just lost Alexander briefly.
It might be worth telling just to sleep it. If she does get to the bit where it splits off and she takes the wrong one.
Yeah. Oh.
Also, keep in mind, she'll be running in the dark. Unless she has a way to see through the dark. Or a light source of some kind.
Is it going to terrify her more, though? Just suddenly hear a voice in her head going,
A voice is in your head in the darkness. Yes, that's the...
Maybe less likely now that less likely that check status has happened, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know.
It would, probably feel just like a follow-on from. Hi, we're just checking in. If you reach these 5 tunnels, this is the tunnel you should take.
Yeah. Yeah, you could attempt that if you wanted. Yeah, going to give that a go.
Yeah, even if it gives her nothing else, she is still a person who, as far as we know, is just a...
Did we get our depletion rolls for the messages we've sent thus far?
No.
I wasn't sure if they required them, if they weren't making a connection.
Yes.
Well, let's hope the first one doesn't.
Well, yeah, we'll just see how that goes. And the same with yourself, Myr'ra, may as well just get out of the way.
Yes. D10.
Happy days.
Good.
Yeah.
So, I reach out to Chloe.
And what do you say?
I say, hello. I'm Myr'ra. We just wanted to check in because you are running through the cave. We're on our way as well. If you wait and let us catch up. It's safer to travel together. But if you want to continue by yourself, it's entirely your choice. If you get to a tunnel with 5k, I tell her the correct way to go. I wasn't here for that session, so I don't know which tunnel it was.
That's fine.
Yeah, but, I give her the don't go this.
The 30-word limit that you fit in. Like you try and go, hi, it's me. Safety in numbers. Don't run ahead. 5 ways this way.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. That's fine. Yeah. Send that off, and yeah, we hope for the best, I guess.
Correct.
But yes, enough time will pass that you don't get a reply.
Okay.
To the point where
I don't think she can reply. Oh. But we've maybe made it so she doesn't get eaten by bugs. So that's good.
Okay.
Myr'ra looks very concerned about everything.
Okay, so we've sent a message to Chloe. What are we doing about KT? Are we sending a scout or not? Decide now as a gang.
My concern about if we do send Nori and runs into, Armsy 5000, then He's now just on his own with it as well. And if it's already taken down a slightly weakened KT, I'm concerned.
So who's Armsy 5000? Was that the limb monster that you killed outside?
No, it's 5,000 times worse.
Oh, okay. Okay. Right, okay.
It's the next one.
Right.
Heart stabber, I think, for you, is it?
The old heart piercer.
Well, I'll be honest. If it's Nori that runs into the heart piercer, I'm less concerned about that. Narratively, I have faith
in my ability to be far away from that problem. Okay.
If it's just something that Katie's ran into and it's caused him a problem.
I mean, Katie's a bit iffy right now anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
they're better than they were, but they're still not amazing. But yeah, so your vote, Lockhart, would be to keep Nori or to send Nori?
I think if we were to send Nori, it would be on a until resistance is met, and then
Like,
get back.
You know, search, don't destroy. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't try and take it on by yourself.
Then we get the Kill
I
Bill
don't
red
think Nori
eye
was promised that.
anger. Yeah. What's that? The killer's there.
However, if this is Heart Piercer and he's taken down KT, maybe I would be a bit more reluctant in that.
KT's been quite
Thing.
weakened ever since he
Yes.
did the thing with the bats, though.
Keep in mind, he's on the hypothetical right now. Currently, he's looking to solve the hypothetical.
Exactly.
Right? So, Nori, I'm assuming you'd be happy to scout ahead or stay. What's your preference?
Always. Always. I'm a nosy bugger.
Yep, cool. Because there's no point all of us voting to send you if you're then going, I'm not going to go. Fuck them.
So, this is my role. This is the way I see it.
Yep. And you and Kitty seem to get a bit closer as well, so that's, nice. Like, he seems invested in helping you solve your, mystery. Myr'ra?
If Nori is happy to go, I would like Nori to go and try and find out.
Okay.
Myr'ra would also volunteer to go, but she's probably not as useful.
I mean, if you went and everybody lost their telepathic links, it would be quite upsetting, I think. Okay. Falkwin, your vote, send or keep?
Send.
Okay.
I think Falkwin doesn't really care too much for KT, but KT is very useful at the very least. And if the fight is out there, then we need to know as much as we can.
Yep. And Ignysera?
Yeah, I would say do a search, do a small search of like crazy far ahead and things still would be close by. And then as well, like she would.
I'm losing some of yours out there, so.
Oh, maybe if I do this instead.
Yes.
Yeah, she was like on a kind of short check, and she would also like often go like I can go halfway with you or like further down just to keep nearby if you need some backup or if you prefer to go completely.
I think I would all rather you stayed here. Our three friends may need some strength, some assistance, just in case there is another one within the camp.
Okay.
Because that's true. But if there's two, that's why they're doing it.
Possibly. Yeah.
Katie's only half stabbed. Nediam.
Does Katie have a heart?
Okay, that sounds like you've got a plan to send Nori off. Okay, Nori, do you want to give me some kind of navigational scouty zooming ahead roll for me? And we'll...
My first instinct is I'm going to be using my tracker skills.
Yeah.
I'm looking specifically at the moment for... Our tracks are coming in and things like that, but I'm going to be looking for horse tracks.
I'm also
Heading
assuming
away.
you're going to be doing this without a light source and using your night vision from your cloak.
Yes.
So I'll need a wee depletion roll for that.
Yes. My cloak will be getting used, so I will roll Yeah, I'm always worried about that, even though we don't know the difficulty. I am going to use effort. I'm going to use one effort.
Okay.
Does the cloak count as an asset then?
No, it just lets you actually see in the dark without using a light source, which helps. It means you're harder for other things to see you, effectively. So that is 20, I think, right? So yeah, like you head off. Keep in mind that given that you were on, nicely done, easy. So you head off, and obviously you're gone for like a long time because Katie obviously got a long head start until you decided to check in on Katie. So there's a good chance on a horse going through a cave, like, and you just kind of have to weigh up how far could have those two people on foot got as well with the head start they had. Given the nature of the, physicality of them versus an assumed vampire on a horse. So, yeah, you travel for a couple of hours out the way, and eventually you find the horse. The horse doesn't look comfortable at all. Looks like it's, very spooked still. And the fact that it can clearly tell there's, something, in the same place as it. And in almost like a column of bluish light, in the middle of the kind of I guess bend in the cave route that you took. There's a circle of runes on the floor, seemingly casting light up to on the top of the cave, and inside is Katie staring and kind of glaring in your direction with his hands on his hips. And you can kind of tell they're mouthing, "What the fuck took you so long?" And that's where we're going to break. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. So I'll see you in 10 minutes, folks. Okay, enjoy your break. BRB.
Everyone be silent.
Everyone be silent. We are back, hopefully.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the audio is fine.
Good. Perfect. Thank you. So, good hello and welcome back to part 2 of part 9 of The Last of the Summer Elves, 4th arc of the Cascade game. It is the 11th of the 1st, 2025. I've put 2024 in the description. Let me go fix that. Did I say that at the start, 2025? I think I did.
You
right?
did.
I got that right,
I
but
got that
typed.
much.
I got that right, but I typed it wrong. Okay, well, I'll tweak that now, and hopefully that fixes that. It's just because obviously when I type dates for work
Muscle
a lot.
memory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff I do is applications from last year. So, yeah, I'm still in 2024, muscle memory-wise. But anyway, so I am Viktor, the GM. Here are the players.
Hey, I'm Sean. I'm playing Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who keeps the magic ally.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who
We lost your audio there.
half of that cut out.
Yep.
When I don't know why. I'm just gonna. Hi, I'm Kalli. This is really awkward. I'm playing Ignysera, who's folk fire, and it keeps cutting out.
It's almost as if the way you tonally...
Like, right by it.
You need to just ASMR the punchy part, right? We've got the start.
I'm Ignysera, who bears a pillar of fire. There we go.
I love it.
And good evening. My name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who is an empathic speaker and exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I am still playing Myr'ra, Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-Elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Yes. So, I will just jump straight in with Nori. You're faced with the description I mentioned previously, which was, to reiterate, a very startled-looking horse, not knowing what to do in the dark. Some blue light piercing the dark, and a column around some runes that seem to be casting this light up to the roof of the cave that you're in, and a very impatient and output KT standing in the centre.
What does one do? First of all, I'm going to roll a 10 on my ring, and I'm going to message everybody and tell them that I've found KT and what his current situation is.
Aren't you still telepathically linked?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I will do that. I will send that back to Myr'ra then. Tell him that I found KT.
Hi, tell everybody.
And he seems hale, but he's trapped within this blue light. Plain, so I can't describe it any further than that.
Like as you're saying, like obviously this like mentally, you've got KT like gesticulating within this column of light, like because it's just you staring while you're communicating, obviously. So. So yeah,
Hear what he's saying. It's just
yeah, it's just like the visuals. You're getting no audio. Yeah. So what's Nori's attempt? What are we doing? You've relayed the message. You comfortable?
So the message has been relayed. I'm going to start working around the ruins that are on the floor, and as I say, this will probably mean nothing to me. But I'm going to have a look and see if KT can at least highlight something for me to do. As I say, not magically inclined at all, so these ruins will mean very little to me, I believe.
Okay. So yeah, as you like walk around, kind of. In fact, Joe's a great example. See the picture, obviously, that we've got of Falkwin there. See the fact that there's like the kind of blue like runes around the actual outside of the base of that thing. It's not a million miles away from that kind of idea. It's just, but there's no like rings or anything drawn. It is just like almost like characters that have been like scribbled and that are casting up this blue light. Like as you're kind of like walking around and like looking around, you get like KT like following you like a very like curious animal in an enclosure, looking very, again, impatient. You know, like the foot's tapping, and just kind of like staring intently. And then if you're trying to indicate, like, you know, what do I do? You've got him just like pointing at the runes on the floor, like impatiently, like sharp eyebrows.
Not to any particular one, just at them all in general.
Oh, anytime you catch his eyes, like, like gesturing down with his hands, like
Do something.
yeah, exactly.
Runes are the sand, the mud, the rock, whatever.
I maybe have missed the start of that. So I heard runes are, and then some sand, mud, rock. What was the start of that?
Are they they're drawn, or are they?
They look like they've been like scraped into the stone
Somewhere.
floor.
So, knowing that KT doesn't seem too concerned, I'm going to try and rub one of the runes away very, very gingerly.
Like as you put like your hand here, there's that tingle, that almost like static electricity tingle near like obviously the energy coming off the rune itself. But you'd need to like scrape the floor with like a blade or something, or like a shovel or something. You need to like properly scrape stone to break the symbol.
Okay, I'll use my knife.
Yeah. Do you want to give me a might roll for this? Again, it's not a particularly difficult roll. It's just as you taking a dagger and trying to claw out a stone shape, basically. This takes me back to my Adri days. Yep, perfect. So, and please decrease your might if you've spent some cheeky effort doing so. So yeah, you manage to scrape out the rune, like the runes, quite easily. And as soon as you've taken out like 2 of them, the blue light vanishes immediately. And then you just hear the about time. I've been here for hours.
Let yourself get caught.
At least the horse was loyal enough to stay nearby.
Run off!
He rolls his eyes.
I wasn't part of that conversation, so I didn't know how it
Yeah.
came about.
He just rolls his eyes like impatiently. He goes, "Thank you, regardless. Yes, looks like one of our friends is somewhat gifted, as often is the case." Kind of like, again, gritted teeth of, not willing to compliment the person, but it seems like we've found out what one of their abilities is.
Know which one it was?
Yes, the male. And he's saying that like the anger he's suppressing with that, like.
And did they continue on into the tunnel, or
Oh, I never saw him.
showed you where they went?
Do you think I would have just walked into a trap if I'd known it was coming?
I suppose.
I am a lot older than I look,
Return
Nori.
back to-
I know how to spot a trap. He's like, just that kind of like, again, the exasperated annoyance of he got caught, right? Like, it's definitely like a wound to the pride, this one. Anything else you want to ask him?
No, not really. I think we would have a conversation. Oh, sorry, I missed that again, Ryan. I'm missing half conversation again.
It's okay. Mostly, I'm just asking what, like, what you want to do in this moment with him. Are you doing anything else in the moment?
Well, the question is, does he want to continue the hunt or does he want to return to the group?
Oh, his body language is entirely geared towards going after that guy. But he's kind of waiting for you to update him on what you know, since he's been cut off.
Okay. Okay, just a little update then. We have... Does he know we lost some people? That's why
unless she's told him. Like, unless he knows people ran off and you told him go and get them. But
I think we told him someone had died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's easy. He can know. There's no issue him not knowing. So yeah.
Okay. Well, basically, I'll tell him then. We've started moving everybody into the caves. We've got to the small campsite a couple of hours back. Everybody seems to be there. Question is, are we after one or two people? Because there might still be one in the camp if the other ones run off.
Kind of like cocks his head slightly at the idea, and yes, two people would make a lot of the circumstances make more sense, but I don't necessarily think it's conclusive. More likely to trip up had there been two. But not impossible.
We're just playing all the...
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're just playing all the cards, we just don't know.
And like he also he's talking to sound like he's involved in the conversation, but he clearly has no idea if it's one or two people, right? But he's at least sounded like he was informed, which he's happy about.
He's now up to date.
Mm-hmm. He goes, well, are you coming with me to track them both down, or are you returning to the flock?
I'm with you. You know why I'm here. I'm here to find answers, hunt this person down between us. I don't like splitting our little group, but...
Kind of nods. And he kind of just goes, well, in that case, he walks over to Biscuit, I guess, the horse. Basically, like gestures it and cams it down, like points it back towards the kind of cave weights came down, and just kind of slaps its backside, and off it runs down the... it's like, it's a fairly linear path. I'm sure they'll find their way back. Now keep up, and off Katie runs the other way.
I will quickly send a message back to Myr'ra. Biscuit's returning to you. I'm carrying on with Katie, going in the hunt.
Okay, good luck. Keep in touch.
And then jog up as fast as I can beside him.
Okay, so meanwhile, back, obviously, as Nori leaves to go and get into that situation in the first place, what are you guys doing with your little investigation?
Well, we know Myr'ra survives because she has to have the conversation.
You don't know that Myr'ra isn't impersonated.
Okay, so we're
don't kill Myr'ra so that timeline does make sense, though, please. Like,
I get trampled by this.
It was Biscuit the whole time.
Thinking, do we want to do something to try and find out more information from the people that we have? And
Myr'ra will telepathically also, I don't know how much she wants to suggest this, but highlight that she is Calderan, and if this person really, if that's who they're going after, she can be bait if you need her to be. Because also she turns into a giant crow. She should probably be fine. But if we need some kind of there is a Calderan who's wandered off by themselves, what a good opportunity to murder someone.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'm sold. I love it.
You said Lockheart wasn't in danger? Happy days!
But if we try and do some kind of like sweep of who we think the suspicious people are, and then Myr'ra can do some kind of like obvious. I'm just going to go and check.
Falkwin, any thoughts?
Nothing really to add.
Okay. Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's a bad idea?
Can you buff Myr'ra before she goes in there?
I think there's still a lot of space for you guys to like try and figure out who we think is most suspicious.
My favourite part of this is you've sent Nori away going, let's not split people up and anything, but if I split up as bait,
and it's fine.
Let's not talk about the war.
So Nori's there, we're all here. We think all KT gave us was that it was someone male, right?
But we don't know that yet.
We don't know that yet.
No, because user at the point where Nori's just left, and it's several hours before Nori finds KT.
Okay.
So user now at the part where you have got your plan of let's go investigate the problem here until we hear back from Nori and the KT scouting mission.
Yes.
Yeah. I know timelines are weird.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. I know where we're at now. So
I mean, the interview sort of setup, I'm not completely against either. We can start that and then to try and maybe not rule out, but people we can make it. Okay, it's probably not these guys. We've got try and narrow it down. I think between us, we can give some reasonable guesses.
Yeah.
So, after some discussion, right? After some discussion about your plan and hashing it out as you all stare intently at each other, Camberley has approached the group. And it's kind of like, am I interrupting if they're just staring at each other? Like, but there seems to be gesturing. So, what? But anyway, she goes, hello? I'm gonna wait to see if these are even gonna respond.
Camberley, what is it?
Oh, so Dig's gone back to try and find the missing people.
Gone back?
Who's missing?
We've only counted 59.
How did we lose so many people?
I was at the back the whole time.
And no one passed you.
Why are we so bad at this?
No one went past me.
Only missing.
That is 15 people.
You're the worst, Astro.
Oh my god.
We're so bad.
We were
killed. Never mind. We were trying to guess.
we were only sent for half a dozen people anyway, so I mean it's all right.
That's true.
We've done it.
We've not.
Conley jokers. I've got 12.
Yeah.
No, it's 12.
It's fine. Yeah.
I think it's funny because Billy Connolly's obviously sloth in this world. That just feels like it fits. Like, 12's enough.
Oh, what about 12? There weren't any more.
Don't look at how some of them are bugged.
Don't look at the
Bugs dressed up in refugee clothing.
No.
Oh my god.
But obviously, like, Camberley looks
all I'm
awkward
saying
as hell. On you go, sorry, Nori.
Yeah, I was just going to say, me and Falkwin were at the front. No,
Like, not our problem. But nobody saw 15 people leave.
No,
No.
where did it go?
Yeah, someone should have noticed that.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. The interesting thing as well is, so obviously Camberley's like, yeah, Dig has obviously decided to start going back through the tunnels to try and like find anyone. Excuse me. Obviously, Marabella and Dakima are asking everyone if they know who is left, and nobody seems to know who's left. So it's people that obviously haven't, like it's people that haven't obviously made an impression.
We do have dig on
the telepath, yeah, yep.
Yeah.
The other thing as well is, like, as I said, by the time you guys have got this info, obviously Marabella and like Dakima like come back to the group with like that info, because they see that your Camberley's obviously like broke through your weird steering contest, and the kind of gist they say is, I guess it's people that came from the last group if they didn't know each other as well. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But that's very much a clutching straws approach of nobody's too sure who's
Nobody's
missing.
Claiming, yeah.
Yeah, so
I can message Dick.
yeah, you can. Yep.
Are we playing the party further? Someone going with Dick? What's the plan?
I don't know if we should.
Because I also feel Dick going off by herself, that's a terrible plan. That's a bait situation. I
Yeah.
don't want her to do that by herself.
I think
Or
no one should
she's
go
the
anywhere
murderer.
by themselves at this point.
It's Dig. It was Dig all along.
I'm not against that.
So we also have no idea that there's only one killer. It may be that everyone who's missing is part of a faction of murderers.
Ah, like the faceless people from Game of Thrones.
Sure.
Yeah, the assassins. Yeah, like Arya Stark and Jaqen Hakar. Yeah.
I think we should be going together.
Oh, but we
Then
can't
we
even the
leave.
refugees.
If
But
people-
So maybe we don't go.
oh, I can go.
Message Dig and get her to come back.
I'm going to message Dick. Dick! Hey, Camberley just told us more people are missing. Where are you?
It's like trying to find 15 fucking people that have somehow got past us. I was at the back. This is on me.
It's not on you. There's obviously something happening. Could they have gone when we got to the campsite?
Because
That's
we
when
were.
people start milling around.
And obviously, you can hear the mental sigh of, I can't rule that out, but it means I have to come back if that's the case. Type, like, you know, you can feel the. I was like, what am I doing? Am I going looking for them? Do you just want me back? Like, what if they're somewhere?
At least there's 15 of them together, possibly. That's more safe than you going off by yourself. At least come back so we can...
And then maybe like you can feel that shift in tone of, oh, I have just ran off.
Yeah.
Looks around dark cave with like their torchlight or whatever they've got with them, and goes, right. I'll start back.
I'm going to check in periodically.
Please do.
You can also contact me if anything happens.
There's that kind of yeah.
Stay on the phone. Stay on the phone.
Like every, like,
And they're only like a 10-minute runaway or something. Do you know what I mean? They're not far away. It's just enough of a cave whininess that it's enough to be like, oh no, I'm going back. But yes. So what's the plan?
Okay. Well, Dave's
So-
coming back.
That thing that Falkwin did with the looking
Mm-hmm.
into a location, like if we did have to leave here, we could leave one of those things that last like an hour.
Yes, 1 hour.
So we could at least know for an hour that the other 50 haven't been massacred.
And the killer wouldn't necessarily know that we're able to do that.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're the killer.
So we can leave the whole group of refugees as bait. Ben would approve.
You could ask her.
I think we can make an assumption now then that the killer is magical in nature, because I just don't see how they could have banished all those people.
No one nobody got by Ignysera or Dig.
Yeah.
They're both very confident about that. And Dig travelled up and down the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not beyond.
Something's going on.
But there was no other
Nooks and crannies and types. No.
How well do we trust Dig? Because there's always the chance she's lying to us in order to get us to take action, and she's the killer.
For sure.
Yeah,
But she wasn't the only one to do the head count. So it feels like there is 15 people not here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the 3 elven women helped with the head count.
Ah, okay.
The current head count, yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that Dig isn't trying to do something.
Yeah.
But I also feel the fact that she was then like, yeah.
Probably not. They seem nice.
We'll see. I don't want it to be that. It means it will be. Okay. Try to think like a murderer. They'd still be here. You would think they would
Crow form.
What would
Need crow form.
Fire.
a murderer do?
What does the murderer want to do? What's their motive? Like,
I haven't got that far.
they've only gone for stragglers so far. That's one thing.
Opportunistic, at least in the previous, but also killing for 80 years.
That's not opportunistic. That was there's 15 people in a line that they just kind of carved out of the line with no one noticing. That's surely that's to the point of casting some sort of illusion so that we thought we saw people that then weren't there or something.
Oh, yeah. Those people might have never been in the group to start with.
Or,
I couldn't,
like KT, could be trapped within some visibility runes. So
What if? Can we ask someone how many people were in the last group to arrive in
I think he's had that number, right? I think I gave you that number. I don't remember what number I said. I'll be honest. That was 2 or 3 sessions ago, which was something like 2 months ago. But I definitely think I gave you like a rough idea of like how the group built. I want to say it was something like 20 to 30, maybe. I don't think it was more than 30 people in that last group. I think that would have been the most. And obviously, but the initial group was bigger. Obviously, there was about 50 odd people initially, but we lost people by the time they got down the line. And obviously, nobody comes from the same part of the pit because the pit's massive. It's like a country-sized city. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to say, but like I think Dig said roughly 30. I think is what I said. But again, I could go back and listen to it. I don't remember where it was.
But probably not big, and probably too big for it to count for being like an entire illusion, right? If we're thinking that was a possibility.
What makes you think that's too big for magic?
No, aren't we only missing like 15 people?
So far.
Sure.
But I wonder if the person...
Yeah.
Let's go for it.
I couldn't get a read on wasn't there, basically. That was all deception, which...
And if I was a player with suspicions, and I was like, and if I tried to then insight check and things seemed too normal, is that because it's effectively a recording playing?
Okay, well, if we're suspicious of illusion, that's another kind of deception. It's not quite the same as talking to people. But
this feels like it's going to come around to the how can tracking solve everything, which is an in-joke for me, where it's if I can word the illusion magic's falsehood, does that mean my detecting falsehoods social skill buff works here?
I'm not convinced that discern falsehood is a necessarily social buff.
I'm on board with it personally.
So I think I can light of truth, and I think that makes me better at detecting illusions.
So, have you used Light of Truth thus far for your attempt at gauging people's trust?
I don't believe so. I don't think I've used this one yet.
Cool. Because keep in mind there is an hour cooldown on every time you use that, isn't there?
Every time I use Minor Wish in general.
Yeah.
So this also locks me out of the damage buff and the healing buff and the defense buff.
But only those, nothing else, right? Other than, yeah.
It locks me out of Minor Wish for an hour.
Mm-hmm. Basically, you can't use Eleben to supercharge you, ultimately.
Yeah.
For a bit. Which seems fine.
Yeah. It makes sense because we're in a situation where we don't know what's going on. And we need to know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do that.
Okay.
I'm going to use Light of Truth.
Okay.
Which is going to cost me another 2 stats that I... okay, sorry. Rewinding very briefly.
Mm-hmm.
Did we have enough time in the interim to have a 1 hour rest?
Not since before you set off for the day.
Okay, that's annoying.
You could have had it previously, but you have since spent points, so you didn't rest, if that makes sense, back then.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool, okay.
You also could just wait an hour and see what happens.
Could do.
Like, in the meta, we know Nori takes several hours to get to KT and relay that message. And as long as you're watching people for an hour to see if anything is shifty.
We could also do things like go and do our own head count.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's up to you how you want to do that, but you could just take a rest now to feel better. Or you could do it afterwards. It's up to you.
I like the idea of resting for an hour and then kicking off with the Discern Falsehoods. How are you guys feeling? Because, so, for context, if I use this skill now, my stat points are 5, 3, 8. Oh, no. That's the cost 0. That's the cost 0. I missed it. So
but
it's
also,
5, 5, 8.
But also, like, 8 is fine. You could do a lot of damage with 8. You know, you don't need a body if you got a brain.
I like the extra rest.
Mm-hmm. What's everybody else's plan then? Because we know that Falkwin has something, but they probably want an hour to prep it.
I'm not in a great shape. I think I'm slightly healthier than Falkwin, but wouldn't be against it. It would just be I think we should have a good. I feel like we need another reason, a sort of a less mechanical reason, just to sell it to Dig when they get back and like. So why aren't we going now?
Mm-hmm. What's the other? What have you up to, Myr'ra and Ignysera?
And I was only thinking of doing another recount.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if we all have our own separate counts and see if they match as well.
Yeah, just in case people are popping in and out.
Well, while those two are debating what they're doing with their, tired speakers, used to kind of ran the crowd again in terms of their head count. You could have done it twice or whatever. Checking in with the fact that like the 3 elven maidens are like helping trying to wrangle these people, because again, not everyone's going to fit in that room. Remember, it's easier now. Less people need to be in the corridor now. But yeah, use count 59 every time. Obviously, once Dig would be back.
Okay, 58 without Dig.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If the speakers are resting, I will happily sweep past at some point and drop an emotional support pet into the mix, just because it'll give you 1 extra point of healing. Is there any where the campsite is? And the kind of entrance, is it a case of we were all milling around a bit outside because we stopped because we scouted the chamber before we came in?
Yep. So what happened was, you were approaching in the cave tunnel. There is the offshoot, which is this little rest spot, which is reasonably big, but it's big enough for like a lot of people, like 30 people cozy. So fitting like 74 people, a bit cramming people in. It's not people on top of people. So, but use Falkwin scouted it magically outside the zone because you didn't go in when you first passed it. But then when you got back, Nori went in and checked it out, and it was fine.
But it's like we didn't leave the middle of the line. Dig in. Ignysera didn't leave the end.
During that point, no. Only when you all went in to have your meeting as people were coming in.
Okay.
And then obviously they were opted to count people.
Yeah. So at some point we did leave the end of the line.
Oh, and the middle, and the front.
And the middle. Yeah. We went off to have a meeting. Silently.
Yep.
Okay.
A very important meeting. Yeah.
For.
And then somehow 15 people vanished.
Yeah. Myr'ra's not necessarily very good at tracking. I think she's wondering if people, if I think there's probably a suspicious explanation, but a practical explanation could also be that people just decided they wanted to keep moving, and that they weren't happy to stop and rest.
Okay. And I can tell you that in several hours' time, when Nori would have passed those people.
Yeah, and didn't, and then. But Myr'ra, I think, would be trying to like sweep out any other explanation first, so that they can start to tick off.
Right. So do you want to roll some kind of mental deduction, and we'll just see where it goes?
Yeah. Is it Lore of the Underworld?
Given that we're under the world.
Is it? It's not magic either, is it? I'll just roll an intellect. Don't know the difficulty.
Also, people doing rests, by the way, like, just deal with them now.
Huh? Not me. Okay.
Okay, so it's a 9?
Yeah.
So it's a 3, yeah? From what you can, like, if you got, like, your mind palace of working out logic puzzles,
Yeah.
and you look at all the pieces that you've got available, there's no way you should have lost 15 people.
Yeah, okay, good.
That is it. Like, it would have been noticed if people tried to move past to get away, unless you guys always, I love the thumbs up, unless you guys always, like, use bailed, and then for some reason 15 people thought, let's also run after Nori. But that's unlikely. Also, all the lads are still there.
They'd have been the ones to do that if someone was going to go.
And they're at the back.
None
of them seen anyone go away either.
Want to scan something. Don't know what.
Why stop?
Scan the whole cave. Okay. I have also been periodically checking in on Dick.
Yeah, no, like they're still checking in, and obviously, like before they've finished their obviously hour rest or whatever time they've taken, like Dig has come back like with their torch lit and stuff, like very like cagey, like looking around. Obviously, yeah, they don't look great. I can't remember if I said they were armed or not. I don't think they are. I think they literally just ran off, looking for people. So yeah, but they definitely look. They look more shaken than they probably were when they ran off full of adrenaline. Like, oh my god, 15 people have left. But yeah, they've returned.
Can we also ask that the Camberley, Takima, and Marabella, I want them to continually head count, like a teacher on a school train. Just as soon as you get to the end, start counting them again.
Yeah,
try not lose anybody else.
Yeah, they're all happy to keep going. Takima at some point comes up and says, have we heard anything from Nori? Obviously it's you haven't, but they're going to be asking a lot because you sent Nori off for one reason. Oh sorry, what was that, Ignysera?
Do we implement a buddy system where everyone has a buddy, and then if one gets knocked off and the other guy's still around, hey, no, That's easy.
I
mean-
mean, to be fair, that is what we wanted to do in the first place. And circumstances have
Yeah,
been such that we have not succeeded.
I wonder whether Posey would know anything about this kind of magic. Maybe if we think there's some kind of illusion magic going on.
Yes, who in the party has any insight into illusion magic?
Are you looking at me?
Not quite you, but I'm looking in
You
your
are a
direction.
Oh, hello, Ben. Right.
Morning.
Who has illusion magic themselves since the bloody start?
Forgot about that.
That's okay. That's why I'm here.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
I forgot about that with Alaben as well. Sorry. So, yeah, I'd ask the same about Alaben instead. That's a better idea. Hey, Falkwin.
Remember the rest of your character sheet, Vulcan?
That half. Yeah. Hey, Alu. So, we're wondering whether there's one or potentially many more than one people in that room who might not be people and might in fact be illusions. Does that sound within the realms of possibility to you?
It's a very possible concern. Yes. Do you have some way of discerning between what is real and not real?
Well, light of truth, I think, would help with that.
You can feel almost a bit of reservation. Like, not anything super obvious, just that almost as if someone's going to say something but they almost stop themselves saying something. But she very quickly says something over that, so it's barely noticeable. She says, perhaps even a simple prick of the finger might be simpler.
Aha! I don't suppose illusions exist that might feel corporeal. That'd be
She clears her throat.
too much, right? Yes.
Well, it would be slightly hypocritical of me to dismiss the possibility of things that are adjacent to my current situation.
You're not an illusion, are you?
Would you
Kalli?
consider me real?
Yes.
That's good to know.
If you're an illusion, then Lockhart may as well be an illusion.
I'm not convinced he's not.
Good to see.
I think every word he says is laced with illusion.
There's some philosophy here.
Yes, simply put, I have no physical form. What would you consider real? Yet I can interact with your world.
Indeed. You have agency. You have intelligence. An illusion to me is something that's a puppet of a caster.
There's you can feel the pause of thought, right? As if she's racking her brain. And she says, yes, perhaps we should go back to basics. Pricking the finger.
It's a good start.
Perhaps a slightly less extreme start. I would suggest the exertion after what we've been through in the last few days might not be advisable just yet.
Indeed.
And you can tell she's very specifically talking about the part where she nearly burnt through you.
Yes.
And you're asking to use her again, even in a more controlled mechanical way, obviously, as we understand it, but it still does burn her out for an hour. So it's definitely her going, let's not do that yet. Let's maybe lead with something really, really poking things. I don't know, the scientific method.
This makes sense.
So that's the vibe she's kind of giving you. I mean, she's not going to stop you using that power. It's just, you asked her advice, that was the advice she chose to give. But she didn't seem super convinced that you couldn't make an illusion that good, though.
Yeah. At the very least, it gives us... it narrows down the possibilities, right? Right now, we're in a possibility of these could all be illusions, or maybe not.
She puts
If we
out
do this test,
her final
then-
statement. Sorry to you, right? I'll just give you her final line of thought on that matter was, I will remind you that I did come from a city known as Mirage. And leave it at that note
Indeed.
to kind of capstone her thoughts on illusions.
Mhm. I trust Aliben. I think it sounded like she believed it was possible that they could be corporeal illusions, but also didn't think it was likely.
Well, it would be high level magic, right? Like,
Yeah, like your garden variety illusions are not going to be that.
Yep.
So at the very least, doing this test tells us it's not a garden variety illusion. It tells us it's either a high level illusion or not an illusion.
Okay.
On that note, pricking the fingers sounds very ham-fisted, I guess. Although I guess interviews couldn't be done with that much more subtlety. So if we want subtlety, then it might be enough to just sort of bump shoulders with everyone and walk through them. Maybe pricking the fingers is fine. If we can make people panic, that may even be good if the right people panic. If everyone panics, that's bad.
I don't know if it's a good
If-
sign when
if
Lockhart's face lights up and starts nodding. Like,
if the killer panics and everyone else stays calm, then this is good for us for identifying them.
If everybody disappears,
I think the opposite's more likely, that the killer doesn't panic and everyone else does. But
Yeah.
Mm.
Do we make an excuse for why we want to prick everyone's fingers? Do we just say this will help us find the killer and leave it sort of vague, magical?
Do we want to see if
reasons?
Dick can persuade people?
I want
gonna
to
be
prick
first.
Dick's finger first.
so, while you have had that sorry, you go Lockhart. Yeah, go for it.
well, I'm less concerned about the people in the room being not what we think they are. I feel like we've got, it was a way of getting people out of the line was doing that, and I don't see the benefit of continuing the charade now if they've already shuffled 15 off the queue. So I just
Unless
feel,
those 15 were illusions to draw other people out. Although then someone would have murdered Dig on her way back. So maybe someone did. Is it really her? How can we tell? They're still telepathically connected to us.
yeah, the telepathic link suggests that it is still the same person that left. Whether they are the murderer or not, we don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because you don't know when, if they had been, maybe.
But they've at least maintained being the same person since
So
they
far,
telepathically
yes.
linked to them.
And they react rationally, right? Like, they're reacting like you'd expect someone to react in these situations. Like, as soon as you point out, by the way, you ran off alone. And he goes, oh, I have. That was
the one
dumb.
thing we told everyone not to do. So is our thinking the murderer is still in the room? Or do we think the murderer is one of the 15? Where are we at?
If the 15 were illusions and were puppets, murderer's still here. And the murderer's using that to try and lure us away. If the 15 were real, might still be the case. They might be decoys. Or the murderer might be with them.
Is it worth Lockhart doing another sweep of the room to see if the blank brain is still there?
I also am going to add in, if user considering this is an illusion casting person or persons, whatever your theories are, they would have been doing this for how long since people joined the group? So consider that if
They've
user
been there for 9 days, haven't they? Waiting for us to show up.
So that's not quite what I had in mind. It was more just that in the moment of the queue, they were maybe being like, someone was being taken out but we didn't see it because it looked like there was still a person there. So I wasn't necessarily suggesting that they had always been.
No, I'm mostly suggesting that if they think a group of people have turned up and nobody really knew who they were, like, that could just, again, if you're assuming there's a magical element at play that isn't just, like you're suggesting, opportunistic, I guess, in your example, you'd have to weigh up the, is it someone very cleverly amazing at timing that nobody's noticed this? Or is it something that's been in play for so long? Because that's probably scarier.
Scarier, but less likely, I would have thought.
Again, as not a magic user and not part of this conversation, would the illusion of these 15 people be affected by distance? Chasing this person down.
Goes back to it being Keenan.
Keenan.
Yeah,
I can't answer that question. You know what I mean? It's,
Yeah. Or Chloe. It could still be Chloe.
Can still be Chloe.
Yeah, let's not discount that.
Yes. Yeah.
Or it's the horse.
Biscuit.
It was Biscuit all along.
If the 15 have been killed, most likely their bodies are somewhere out there. If judging by just the MO so far of the killer, they don't necessarily hide the bodies, but they don't dispose of them in a way to not have them found. They mark them in a specific way. So one thing we could find out is if we did take a quick trip down the other side.
Can I also highlight another possibility? Again, if I was a player in this, talking to you guys, if you're assuming this person can manifest 15 people, what's to say they couldn't have killed 15 people and hid them with the same magic?
That seems more realistic to me. That they're actually dead and they've just been cast under the illusion of a brick wall.
But it's not something that they bothered to do with the other ones.
Are you sure? Have you checked that those other bodies are still there?
But why did we find them?
You tell me. I'm not the killer. I just have to wait and see how you guys get on.
We need the criminal mind to
Roll criminal minds.
profile. Okay.
Like they have left the bodies behind that we have found. So clearly they're not operating on a completely strict no chance of discovery. Otherwise they wouldn't have bothered with the marking. They would just make it look like the other person was trampled. So they're happy enough for us to know they exist.
They also haven't, as far as we're aware, murdered 15 people in one trip before. Like it's been one or two people picked up.
At a time.
I think I said it was 18 total over the last 3 trips.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I said that. It wasn't like 6, 6, and 6 either. It was, dispersed differently.
But it's not been a case of half the group has disappeared. Because again, that would have been reported to Margot.
Yep.
Who probably would have told us.
Yes, Margot has been very upfront with you guys about this thus far, so I think you've done enough insight checks with Margot that you're pretty okay with her.
Just as a percentage of the total parties so far, total caravans so far, like 6
This is a
out
much
of,
bigger,
20, whereas 15 out of 70.
There's
they're a
no
percentage person.
There's no pattern.
No, but it's why I'm saying that.
No, I'm just saying, like, you could have, but you could have, like, I don't mind that you having run the math of that and going, well, if 3 people in the first trip and then 4 people in the second trip and then loads in the last trip happened, was that correlation to the size of the escort groups? No. There's nothing that ties it to the percentage missing now, either. I don't mind ruling that, because that's something you could easily just sit and write down and work out. Because again, Margot gave you that info about the other trips.
I really don't like it, but I'm not against sending Myr'ra.
I would prefer I go over Dig. If we're going for Dig not being the murderer, I think I'm probably more capable.
What if we send you and Dig?
Sure, and if she tries to murder me, she's the murderer.
And you can at least confirm. Now, I know you're not necessarily the quickest, but you're not the slowest either.
It's valid.
We can't
If I'm a
use
crow,
Nori.
I'm faster.
But yeah, if you get in trouble, you can rejoin us more quickly. This is we can't do the same thing that we just did with Nori again the other way. So, and as you say, you would be a potentially viable bait.
Yeah, because I am kind of.
I feel like those two are sort of coming together again.
I can also scan things. So in terms of magical, if we are looking back along the path we've come for something weird and magical, I am maybe more able to spot that.
Yeah.
I still think it is worth you doing one sweep of the room with your brain thing to see if there are any weird blank minds in there.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that too.
Just because I think it would tell us if what we're thinking is the blank space was an illusion person. If there are still people in there like that, then we know there are more. We know there's still illusions. If that's what we're thinking.
Yeah.
But if everyone in there now feels like a real person, and
even if we did potentially find some blanks, then we poke them in the finger.
Yeah.
That
means we don't have to poke 59 people.
Here's the question: are you gonna test Dig?
Yes.
Because obviously Dig is Dig is back.
Test everyone. It's nothing personal. Just testing everyone,
including our elven lasses.
Ourselves and poke myself on the finger.
I would be less worried about Dig if we are about to set them up.
Yeah, if she's going to come with on the bait tray.
Well, you'd almost, if you suspect Dig is the killer, right, you'd almost want to entice them with an opportunity, right? Rather than saying, let's test you and then rumble you. Let's make a way more riskier plan, but potentially easier to rumble you.
Yeah, if we just go on the lines of we trust her, and she believes, if she is the killer, and we've invited her onto the, now you come off with me by myself into the dark tunnel.
So do we want to send you and Dig first and then start the sweep? Or do you want to start the sweep first?
I would recommend you wait till Nori has checked in.
Yes, because otherwise I might die before you.
And then send off. I just might need the ambivalence of not knowing specifically from a story crafting point of view.
and then we find out that likely, not confirmed, but likely Kanan is a bit shifty.
Oh, I think you can do like they're reasonably shifty, but also like if they thought they were being pursued by a monster through tunnels, and you had the ability to trap things, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he's still like could be shifty, could just be in survival mode.
I don't think if KT gets hold of him, he's going to have a chance.
So true.
So, immediate decision. What is happening next? What's the next plan for you guys? Because we've talked a lot about the plan. What's the first step? Because the situation currently is Falkwin and Lockheart are technically resting while they sum up the new energies, and they'll get to their hour mark, and then they'll have done whatever they've done rest-wise. Dig is already back and with you guys. It only took like 15 minutes or whatever to get back, because they obviously probably walked slower back, more cautiously. So they're back with the group. You've got the 3 elven ladies, like herding as best they can with the lads group, being like, yeah, we've got this, don't worry, we've, count on us. So what is the plan? What's step one?
Well, I guess the most of the refugees are going to be resting here for a bit.
Yeah, and keep in mind, some are in this room and some are still in the corridor.
Okay, but yeah, so we say, okay, probably get comfy, because you guys are going to be here at least for your rest.
Do you
no
explain
matter what
to any of the refugees that are complaining about where did 15 people go?
What 15? What are you talking about?
Well, considering you've done an interview process with like the 3 elven ladies asking many questions about these missing 15 people, since everyone knows there's missing 15 people, and they're not exactly comfy. They're all very panicky.
Cool.
So, powder kegs situation here. It's not ignited yet, but it's definitely there.
Can we suggest they buddy system themselves? I don't think we can buddy system them, but I think we could definitely do a get into groups, decide who in your group is taking a watch, find somewhere comfy to rest, keep an eye on each other. We'll do what we can to see what's going on. But we don't want anyone else wandering off.
Yeah, stay in line with all the groups. That's just when we say find somewhere comfy, we don't mind. We don't mean
in here, within eyesight of each other.
And keep in mind, about half are in this room and the other half are in the corridor, roughly.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do it.
Yeah. I just mean in terms of how the lay of the land is, right? Just for your own visuals. But yeah, Dig has asked obviously a lot of questions about how could this have happened, how did they get past us? Like, they're obviously a bit panicking, almost looking for like absolution from you, like Ignysera, and that kind of how did this happen? How did we let this happen? Like, it's less about you and more of her saying, how did I fuck up?
Yeah. I don't know.
Shit happens, yo.
Was that Aliben? That sounded more like Aliben with her cigar and her sunglasses.
I don't know. I just sound kind of big and like if I don't know what happened, but I'm not resting until I do find out what happened. So.
She kind of like nods. It's like, yeah, I feel like they all put their trust in me.
Yeah.
She kind of like, again, her eyes are like a million miles an hour. Like they're, not really sure where she wants to rest them.
We didn't let anyone go past. We didn't see anyone.
We didn't. Like, we were there.
There was no way that anyone could have got past us.
And none of those men seen anybody pass either. It wasn't just us that were looking.
Yep.
So yeah, she seems a bit wound up, to say the least. Like everybody here currently. Okay, is there anything happening in the next hour of your time while you're waiting on contacting Nori? Or does another hour pass?
Are we just going around poking them? Do we poke them at all?
The resistance to the attempt of that will be interesting if we get to that stage.
They're too on edge for poking at the moment.
I mean, some would be able to be talked around though, right? Because it makes sense, like, we would trust you if you got this done vibe, right? But once you start going let's start witch hunting.
Could we do it in a more delicate way? Like, take them by the hand, offer them, like, as we're going round the groups one by one, just sort of pat them on the shoulder, just give them encouraging words, but use it as some excuse to make physical contact with them.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah, we could start
So you just want to kind of go around the kind of like, the 59 people that are here, and basically just have a point of having made physical contact with them. Is that the group plan? Because you could all do that if you wanted to cover the group quicker.
That at least feels like we're doing something.
Yep. Lockhart, you on board for that? You want to go touch a bunch of strangers?
I mean, is it worth Lockhart trying to do some mind games at the same time?
It's up to you.
That's not something we want to wait until after made contact with Nori, is it?
No, I just need to know if you're going to go touch people so I can tell you the results of what happens with it. So if you're adding to that, it might adjust my answer.
I guess, Lockhart will help. I mean...
Are you going to help and also then scan people, though? Because that's also important. Because that's potentially other information.
I was just trying to see if there's any... It feels like a good excuse. We're going around being with people. It feels like it's going to be weird if I come back around everyone.
Yeah, no, like that makes sense. But obviously you guys are in charge technically, so yeah. But these are all going to divvy up, run through the groups of people, basically making reassuring physical contact, but with definite agenda to these people. And Lockhart, you're going to try and scan everybody in each group. Is that your plan? Because it would kind of have to be an actual attempt against every single person. That is 59 attempts, or 58 if you trust Dig. What's the decision with that?
I mean, ultimately, Lockhart can do it for free. So,
I mean, in the narrative, that's probably a headache, though, afterwards, right? Just in the narrative, but not that that actually impacts mechanically at this point. But I feel like if that was repeated over a lot of time, that would probably be quite, from a narrative point of view.
Them the first time.
Yeah, you never know. So, if that's the plan, and that's what we're committing to, I'm happy to then describe what happens if everybody's okay with that. Yeah, we're all good. We're good. Yeah, good. Perfect. Cool. No more changes can happen. So betting ends. Yeah. So they've roughly divided into 10 groups, right? Out of all that, you make physical contact with every single person, all 59. We're including obviously, Dig and that. But you kind of assumed that anyway, considering you have a telepathic connection with Dig anyway, so that would be a very impressive illusion if that in fact could do that. 9 people ping that way, Lockhart. One in 9 groups.
One person in 9
of the 10 groups.
There's one blank-minded person in 9 of them. Oh.
The group, the 10th group with no blank minds, is the lads group.
Yes.
Oh, go on.
So I wonder, that blank ping, does that mean it's a no thoughts head empty, or does it mean they have guards against mind reading?
It could be there.
Could be either.
Yep. Okay. It means Lockhart can't get a lock on that mind.
Mm-hmm.
It does seem like a weird coincidence, though.
Yeah. So
there's one in each group.
It's possible it's a mind-controlled thing. It's possible that the lads group has the real killer, and that all the blank people have been mind-controlled by the killer.
The lads group has been the most visible group, however.
Yeah, they were with us in the fight. Yeah. They were looking at the back.
That would be the worst outcome for us. I'm not saying something is wrong. I'm just saying that is the worst outcome.
It's like, ideally, you're wanting that to mean that they're the safe gang. Ideally.
Yes, exactly.
And where was Dig in this?
Where was Dig? Like, obviously with you guys.
And she pinged.
Well, you also have a connection to her mind already. Like, you have been reading her mind constantly.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah. And you have also made physical contact with her at least once, probably, as well. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
So the blanks did have a physical presence.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, everybody physically was there. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think Lockhart will have identified them all to everyone else, or to Myr'ra, who will then cyclically tell.
Yeah.
Obviously, not Dig. Just
Yeah, that's fine.
and I would guess what Lockhart would probably want to then do is talk to one of them.
Okay, yeah.
Just to then be like, okay, we've got a lot of these weirdos. Let's see.
Is that how you open?
Unless anyone else has another better alternative.
No, I think that's a good plan.
I mean, do we have a good excuse for going to talk to them?
I would talk to the group and make it seem as though we're just keeping morale up and talking to each group as a whole. And then during the conversation, try and go like,
you could do both. You could talk to one group and then you could obviously zone in on one person and see if there's different results.
Sure.
Yeah, because we've all now been told who we're keeping an eye on.
Okay.
Yeah.
By this point, the conversation with Nori happened.
Okay.
Okay.
I relay that to everybody.
So Nori's on their way back? No, the horse is on its way back. Nori's... Yeah, sorry, I'm
Nori's
confusing
with
myself. Yes.
I'll let everybody know. Okay.
Do you update Nori on missing 15?
Yes, I move so that I'm definitely not being like overheard. Well, I like stare at a wall. Telepathically update Nori.
So at least Nori, you now are at least aware of, the meta.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I will confirm with him that they haven't passed him. You haven't spotted 15 random people.
And you have not.
Definitely not.
Okay.
But realistically, they might still be behind him if they had ran forward.
Yeah, depending on when. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so next step. Who wants to go first? Lockhart talking to one person or Falkwin talking to like a group? Lockhart, I would say Lockhart's due to roll a 1 soon, so let's see what happens.
It was the tails anyway.
Oh well, the coin has spoken. The powers of a D2.
Yeah, trying to see what...
You must have a lot of stuff for this type of scenario.
One would imagine. So the first thing that I'm thinking in my head, it would just somewhat depend on mechanically how much of these can overlap. So the first one, just to think out loud, is this, because while it is a group one, it is also as many that I target in the group.
Yeah.
So if it was just going for one.
Well, it says any number of targets, so yeah, that can be one.
It seems a bit of a waste, but if it just then makes things easier.
Yeah, this free ability is a bit of a waste, you're right. Yeah. Highest edge character in the group.
It's only free if it doesn't succeed, or if it does succeed. I don't know. So basically, my thought would be get that started first, just to get them sort of debuffed a bit.
Okay.
And then I guess really it is just a sort of cross-reference.
What is the ultimate goal by talking to this individual? What is the result you are looking for?
to see if they are, I guess, yeah, to see if they're a real person or they are some sort of projection illusion like that. So they could just be someone with some sort of mental guard, but probably not if it seems too coincidental.
Okay.
So,
and your
yeah,
angle
try-
to that is to just ask them various things and see how their responses check out?
Yeah, but I don't want to be obvious like that.
Yeah, fly casually. But don't look like you're trying to fly casually.
Exactly.
Is it a puppet or a real boy?
I got no strings. String would have been a good thing for this group, tying everybody together.
I mean, unless anyone has a better sort of idea there.
Well, what's step 2 after disincentivize? Because how do you just demoralize a person for a bit? Verbally? You're just reiterating the grim situation everyone's in for a bit.
I was going to say, I'll tell them they're getting made redundant in 6 months. That does it.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, so what's step 2, Alexander? Come on. Step 2, you know your character. Do you need a minute to think? Will I go to Falkwin's group?
So I'm just trying to think of a way to use some of these things.
As I said,
let's go to Falkwin.
yes, if you need a bit, we could jump over to Falkwin with the group attack. So, how's your approach going? What's the attempt? And again, same question. What's the outcome you're after?
Yeah, so outcome that I'm after is to strike up a natural conversation with them, which everyone thinks is just an obvious attempt at keeping morale up, and sort of get the 9 of them talking to each other, and in the process,
let's
make
correct
sure
that. So, it is 10 groups of people, and 9 groups had one mind in each. Not all groups are equal.
For some reason, get the group of them talk. How big are the groups then?
You pick a group size, and well, it kind of needs to be less than 10 based on the fact that there's 59 people in the list, but 58 of them are specifically sat in groups. So you give me a list of between say 0 and 9.
If it's more like sort of 3 to 6, this is a good range.
Well, pick a specific number in there then.
Okay, let's have a group of 5 people.
Okay, so you approach the group of 5 people.
Yeah. Okay. And I would like to get the 5 of them talking to each other, get them getting to know each other, or maybe if they do know each other already, I'd like to learn how they know each other. Just sort of generally chat, ask them about their lives before, ask them about hopes for the future, stuff.
Okay, give me some kind of pleasant social interaction style role then, and we'll see how that goes.
Falkwin's very good at this type of thing, as you know.
As you're obviously concocting this plan and about to implement it, Alban just says, so we're not cutting people then?
Not just yet. We're hopefully going to get them to... Well, we might find out who we need to cut. So...
Alban says as a kind of last thought to that going, be careful what you ask. It would be unfortunate if you were the one to become the next victim.
Indeed.
I can only protect you so far, Falkwin.
I know.
Ignysera's sword's ready.
Am I unlucky enough for this so pleasant social interaction to count as a charm roll?
I mean, what is the problem with that? Is it because of some kind of hindrance you've got to charm rolls?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. No, I feel like it's probably vague enough that it does count, right? Like it is probably you're up against that. Worse as well, it's a group of Calderan, so it's
Okay.
So I guess we're working on a -6 currently, but that's fine. You're a speaker. This is your bread and butter.
Is it though? No.
I got nervous and cast fireball. I'm sorry.
Well, it's intellect, so I get 1 effort for free. because I've got an edge of 3.
Okay. So we
I
can
don't
just
think I've.
we can just say it's a normal roll at this point then. Sorry, like a -3. Sorry to the roll if we just ignore some math.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I've clicked the button, so
That's fine.
just do it. Oh, hey.
Okay.
It's not bad.
So math-wise, we've got an 18 -6. Right?
Hmm.
So still not bad, right? 12, pretty good.
And then +3 for the effort, right?
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
So -3.
Yeah.
Because your inability then.
And the original -3 is. Wait, what's
Oh,
that?
sorry. So there's a -6 on this roll,
Yeah.
and a +3. So overall, it's just a -3, right? There's nothing else to the math of this. Because
Is the original -3 because they're Calderon?
Yes.
Right.
Because social interactions with Calderon are always distrusted as a racial trait. We had that conversation earlier with Myr'ra bringing that up, going, by the way, this could be problematic because they're not trusted generally. So, still though, like it's a 15, it's pretty good. That is a difficulty 5. Yeah, like it's awkward at first. Trying to like get any of them to even kind of acknowledge that. They all seem to have been like talking amongst themselves, muttering, whatever, and they kind of like look as if it's almost a what's next type look that you get. And then they all seem a bit like on edge for the first, attempts at trying to break up the social barriers. But no, like oddly, they do seem to like warm up a bit. They don't obviously seem less tense. They still seem jittery. They still seem aggravated, but they're at least entertaining a distraction. Because there is a pragmatism of this is horrible, so why not just talk about something else situation. But they're all acting like you'd expect them to.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, and obviously
Yep.
Lockhart would have pointed out the one that you're meant to be keeping an eye on.
Yep.
And yeah.
And that one's
Talking, interacting, seems to have been making the familial physical contact you'd expect somebody that, would make, etc. blah blah. Yeah.
Seems to be understanding questions.
Responding, has looked, gestured, facial expressions have shifted. Again, nothing unusual.
Okay. So wonder if it's less of a puppet thing and more of a ward thing. Maybe this person is suspicious.
It's like, now that we've all got to know each other, can I cut you specifically? But yeah, so that's the kind of the vibe you get from that. Okay. Anything else you want to probe into knowing that update? Would you go further in, more targeted? Anything else you'd adjust?
Now that we're talking, I'd like to ask this person specifically, hopefully in a way that feels fluid in the conversation. But I'd like to ask them. What do I want to ask them? I want to get to know them. I want to.
That's the group.
Learn things about them. Yeah.
What should Falkwin ask them?
Like, what are you?
What are you going to do when we get out of here?
Yeah, where are you going? What was your life in Caldera like? Something like family history or something. Like, if this is the murderer, then want to trick them in, or not trick them, but want to tease them into doing the thing that they do where they reveal the master plan because they've just got a story to tell. Deep inside. Yeah. Get the monologue.
I cast irresistible monologue.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to ask them then based on that? I think you've worked out roughly what you want them to do, so how do you get them to do that? What's your question to them specifically?
So Something like, so what brings you out here? What makes you leave what made you want to leave Caldera? What was your life like in Caldera?
Do you want to roll a social polite check first for that, just to kind of gauge the why are you leaving this, wasteland hellhole of soul-sucking, demons?
I think I'm going to phrase it in a sort of Falkwin has no experience of Caldera, doesn't really get what it's like. So he's just going to ask, like, what is it like living where you lived?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think you can just have asked that if you wanted, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the individual in question kind of like takes a second or two to like then actually look at you as if, did I hear that correctly type vibe of, that kind of turns and looks and goes, I wouldn't be trying to leave under these circumstances if it was a pleasant tone of conversation.
I'm sure it's a sensitive issue. I'm sorry if I...
One of the other people, literally put a reassuring hand, on their, their kind of forearm, sorry, their bicep, sorry, as if we've all been there, mate, type vibe of, don't, this guy's just trying to talk to us, type vibe of, this isn't a problem. And then the individual looks at you and goes, where do you come from?
I was, should I say? I was the son of a noble.
Did you struggle to feed yourself every day? Did you worry every night if you were going to wake up? Did everyone around you scramble desperately to sell off their souls for something meaningful to get them to the next morning?
No.
Then please, we have nothing in common. Don't try and relate to me.
I'd like to learn about you.
Then let's perhaps do that when you buy me a drink in a warm tavern far from here.
I look forward to drinking to that. And
then they kind of give a sharp nod of, but they're not willing to say okay, if that makes sense. It's definitely a nod of, I'm kind of done talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
But they're also like, if you're going to buy me a drink in a tavern, I'm probably on board. So yeah. And the other person next to them has been patting them, kind of gives you an apologetic look of, well, what did you expect type vibe. So yeah, but that's the kind of interaction you get from that group, right? Where it does seem like these are obviously displaced refugees for a reason. Yeah. And obviously given how tense everyone is in the situation, maybe they could have took that question better maybe a day ago. Yeah, if you'd asked them that when you first got to the camp, for example, that they'd been waiting at before the attack and stuff, maybe it would have been a more pleasant interaction for them. These people are actually trying to treat us like people, that's nice, rather than everyone's on edge because nobody's dumb here, nobody's under any illusions that there isn't some danger here, and all of you guys are scrambling and suspicious of the group rather than being suspicious yourselves, because they don't know you aren't killers. They don't know that. You are strangers. None of you are dwarves. So all the rumours of the escorts being dwarven. Yeah.
Used our own illusion.
Lockhart, you ready?
Okay. So, first, I would like this is something to try and just make the next step easier. So can I just observe them for a bit?
Yeah, you can have just chosen your moment to approach, etc. Yeah.
Are there any of the groups that seem to be arguing?
No, there's definitely tense conversations, we'll say. But given how loud that person probably was with Falkwin at the end only, that would be enough that it would have carried in the cave. if that makes sense. So maybe other conversations quieted down. As if what are they talking about? Type, why is their nose put out of joint? Type vibe of what ruffled their feathers. But there's no. People are just agitated, tired, hungry, cold, scared. Like, yeah, it's not great.
Okay. Well then, having sort of picked one from a group, my idea is, what if we try and trick them into thinking they're on the inside? Basically, my idea is to go and talk to one of them, maybe take them aside and be like, okay, I know there's someone in your group that's bad, and use that to try and get in with them.
Okay.
And see where that goes. Essentially, is
yeah.
anyone got any opposition to that idea?
No.
I do quite witch hunty, so we may as well.
Quite fun. Do it.
Okay, so no, I also just, I guess, if you look back at disincentivize, is that something that's obvious?
I think a lot of the especially magic heroes are probably fairly obvious. Again, disincentivize is you disincentivizing someone in the narrative, so it's not a pleasant conversation. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but it doesn't look like it shoots fireworks off or anything. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just wondering if it's worth doing. So then, if I'm worried that it would negate itself essentially by trying to like hinder them from trusting, to make them trust me more.
Yeah, I think it would be like one step forward, two steps back type setup. I think ultimately understanding's probably the better starting point, and then going from there. Yep. Cool. Next step.
So then, is this basically? Am I trying to convince them that I trust them, or am I trying to lie to them that I trust them? I say this because I can do this, or I can do that, which are sort of similar, but not quite. Just the, we're on the same page of where this is sort of coming from.
Do you want to tell people what those abilities do, just for the sake of anyone listening?
The first one is impart ideal. It is essentially like okay, I want you to think this, and it you talk to a creature, and they get an ideal. It's not like a specific command or anything. It's more just like, oh, yes.
Yeah, it's almost like a way of thinking. It becomes more reasonable to them, like the more the merrier type vibe, or some kind of platitude-esque style way of thinking in a way.
And it can be undone if it comes up with someone on their side that takes the time to like snap them out of it. But yeah, whereas the other one is just obvious lie, but it succeeds. Essentially, I think that's the way I've read it in this. Untrue.
Yeah, I like the phrase wildly and obviously untrue.
That's something I'd rather do when there's not other people around, because then they'd be like, why are you just lying to this one person? Because it is specific.
Well, you pick. What are you wanting to do?
Okay, well, I think, because I haven't done Grand Deception.
Okay, yeah.
So I guess what we need to do is so go up to the group, and
maybe you've picked one at a specific point geographically that's slightly easier to isolate. Maybe it's like a group of 3 or something, and you're looking to take one out of that. Yep.
and probably just like start talking about the plan for the next day walking, and be like, just generally, okay, this is how much you're going to be expected to walk tomorrow, and how there's nothing to worry about. Just talking to everyone about this. Basically, say to one of them, now, can I just talk to you for a quick moment?
Roll a persuasion to get them to willingly leave the "we're all in safety in numbers" mode here.
I am going to use.
Let's assume because of your understanding versus their natural distrust as well, and that just cancels out, and we can just go with whatever you're starting with from here. Okay.
Yeah.
That's easier math for us.
First level effort is 3, second level level is 2, third and fourth are 2 each. So if I use 5 edge, 2 levels of effort, that would cost me 4.
Start again. How much effort are you using?
4.
And that is how much total?
That would be
3 plus 6 is 7?
2,
No, 13. Is it not?
9?
3, 9. Yes, I just can't count. So it's 9. I guess I hit every number on the multiple scales that was just wrong. Okay, 9. Your edge is 4?
5.
5. So there you go. There's your answer. So you're paying 4. Perfect.
Yeah.
You can tell it's been a month since we played this game. Like, how does basic arithmetic work? Okay. So what's the final number? I don't want to count anymore.
It is 6 times 3, which is 18, plus 15, which is 33.
Okay, yeah. So, weirdly and completely convinced at their safety, they shuffle off with you somewhere secluded. Yeah.
And yeah, now I think I will try and weave a web of tales with grand deception, and try to convince them that I believe that they are beyond doubt.
Okay.
And that we think.
So basically, I think you're the killer, but you don't think that I think that you're the killer. I don't think you got any of that, did you?
I didn't catch it.
That's amazing. I said, what you're basically trying to say is, I think you're the killer, but you don't think that I think that you're the killer. You think that I think that you're really trustworthy.
Yes.
I can do that, but I can't count to 3. What the fuck? Okay, so give it a go.
Now, annoyingly, we don't get the understand this time.
No, but that's fine. I did his job.
Okay, so this time it costs 3, so it's still with 4 levels effort, it will cost 7.
Okay.
This is why I wanted that rest.
Understandable. So what's the total?
Okay, so it's what do we say? 18 plus 14, 32.
So it's 12 because it's 4 effort times 3. It's 12.
Okay, it's 12, but
And you're adding that to your 14.
There's the being trained count for that?
In what regard?
It's a social.
Well, wait a second. So because you're good at lying to people, yes, if you've got skills at lying to people, this is the 100% a deception.
Okay, sorry, I just pressed the wrong button. In my
No,
skills.
that's fine. I know it's a terrifying image. It's very dramatic, don't worry.
But yeah, so it would be deception and social interaction. So it would be that's specialized.
Okay. So it's
So it'd be
6 times 3 is 18, plus your 14, which is what, 32?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is that maths easier? Could add 3 and anyway. So okay. Yep. So what's the final number? It was 32?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So obviously secluded, clandestine, off to the side, while everybody else is probably still staring at the Falkwin conversation.
Stabs me in the stomach, doesn't he?
I mean, you saw how his conversation went. What made you think it's going to go any differently? But yeah, so what is it you say to them?
So basically, so we've been. There's some problems happened while we were on our way here. Unfortunate. Now we've been trying to keep an eye on people, and I've been keeping an eye on you. I know that you clearly had nothing to do with anything that's happened so far. You're one of the only people that I can say here is completely beyond reproach. So we need your. I think I'm going to be needing your help. You seem like sort of the person that can understand and figures things out. So, do you have any idea what's happened so far? Why these people might have gone? It's really throwing us for a loop here. We're confident. Nothing I haven't.
You can hear them be like, yeah, like, like fully buying this, right? This absolute bullshit. Like they feel like, you're right, I am like, obviously I'm not part of this shit. Like, why would I be? Like, I'm just like everybody else trying to get out of a shit situation. And then they kind of like cock their head slightly and lean really close into you. You go, who do you think it is?
Well,
Is it somebody in that group that he's talking to? Obviously gesturing to Falkwin's group subtly.
It's one of our considerations, but I'm a little bit concerned about one of the ones. I'm not sure which of the ones in your group, but maybe one of them.
He turns back really quickly and looks at the group. And it's like 2 women that are there. I am still like talking, but kind of like every so often like talking but looking over at you guys, obviously. I am from a distance. And he kind of like looks at them for like a second or two and then turns back and goes, I don't think so. Like,
isn't that more suspicious that we?
Yeah. Like just you're of course it's more suspicious. Like, why didn't I see that? And then there's like they can like while they're staring at them really obviously suspiciously. He's like kind of patting you as if, look, they're talking about us.
Okay, let's pretend that we're not looking.
He does that thing where like he turns round and like pulls your shoulder around so you're now facing like the cave wall or something, so your back's turned to them, and he kind of leans in and he's like, your silver tongue's almost golden. Have a gift. And then with that, they just vanish. And they're screaming in the cave and corridor. 6 dead bodies have just appeared.
Of course.
And that's where we end.
I got him!
Wow.
I got him!
Yeah, definitely some kind of... Yeah, wow.
I mean, yeah, a 32 is hard to hide from. So, yes.
That's very powerful illusions then. Oh my god.
Yeah, so
and some probably kind of like mind-linked nonsense. Because that last bit, that's somebody else talking.
So, what would you like to
Let's-
call
let's
this
speculate.
session?
I just tried to open Canva instead of Discord. That's not what I want.
Oh. Right. Session titles, get them fired in. We'll see if we can fire through this. Nice. Almost golden. Disappearances in the dark. Suspicious minds. Yep. We can't go on together. I have no strings to hold me up. Okay. Any other suggestions coming in, or is that our voting? No worries. Obviously, like, vote away then, unless there's other suggestions.
No, 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 no.
That's pretty clear cut, right? Yeah. Suspicious Minds is the winner. Yeah, that's alright. There we go. Okay. Okay, indeed. So, yeah, I think with everybody's efforts, he's going to have an XP for that. A massive amount of progress so far in this.
Yay.
So yes, please note that down. But yeah, let's dive straight in.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you?
Yeah, I said everything can have an XP based on the progress that was made there, because that was pretty impressive. With the amount of deduction that you had to go through, the juggling of numbers, going, but if that is this, could that be in dig? But yes, Chris, do you want to start us off with the wrap-up chat, and we'll get fired through this.
I'll need to talk through going through up to tier 3.
That's fine, we'll sort that out during the week.
Wrap-up chart. My apologies again for my technical difficulties at the start. So, yeah, missing little bits of it, but still, we're doing so well. There's so many things going on round about us. Splitting the party, never a good idea, but we have a strong character, Nori, and you 4 can, or 3 can handle everything else. So that will be fine. It's always entertaining, it's always fun. We always tie ourselves in knots, which is always great, seeing ourselves getting out of it. We always get there in the end. So, yeah, great session.
Oh, good, I'm glad. Nice to be back as well.
Definitely.
Falkwin?
That was fun. Yeah, bit of mystery going on. Although, mystery no longer. I still try to think what's going on here. It sounds like it was 9 killers. Because that guy let his mask drop at the end, as it were. So I guess they're just that good, which is scary. 9 is a big number.
Where did the 6 bodies come from?
Well, 2 of us were talking to 2 of them, which leaves 7 more. So
if one was taking a leak, that leaves.
Well, I assumed that those 6 had killed 6, but maybe they're marked for death. This is the problem. You never quite know. Yeah.
Okay.
I like stretching my brain in these things. It's fun.
No, it's been good. And again, like your approach to like the problem solving, you guys have been great. Like trying to narrow stuff down makes sense. Like what can we do that gives us info, right? That's always the key part of what teaches us something. So yeah, it's definitely the way to try and narrow the stuff down. And also, I mean, somebody revealed some of their hand at the end. So, like, did they just think actually I'm up against a bit too much this time? Who knows? The idea that if they're an amazing bullshitter and they come up against Lockhart, it's like, wait, no, this isn't fair. What do you mean you trust me? I know you don't. Yeah, but that's good. Yeah, any other thoughts at all, Falkwin?
No, that's about it.
No, good.
Like sink my teeth into mystery.
Lockhart?
Yeah, I mean, does that? Yeah. How? I was sort of thinking. I guess they must have been like level 10 difficulty, basically.
Not necessarily. I mean, you don't really know if you have been gauging against them ever. So.
I feel like Lockhart now needs to get, when we eventually get him, just be like, silver will do, buddy. There's a lot of scope for one-liners now.
You know me and a one-liner. I do love it.
So I did like that, and Katie being just annoyed, and just the miming. So like when Count Dooku captures Obi-Wan, and he's like sitting there, like noting that was exactly sort of.
It's the same idea of the bluish column of light vibe, isn't it? So yeah.
But I'm glad he's not dead. Though I feel bad for Kanan when he gets called. And hopefully Nori can be out of the way, or can try and mediate. Yeah, no, I'm glad we ruffled some feathers. I think
Yes.
we're not as daft as we look. We may have lost almost a quarter of people that we were here to protect, but as long as we get one refugee out of this, I'll consider it a success.
Oh, it's one more than would have gotten out if we didn't do this.
Yep.
That's true.
And ultimately, we're still standing.
Yeah.
That is less important. I mean, yeah, no, looking forward to it.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. Ignysera.
Oh, it was fun getting back into it. Yeah, I was so annoyed when we lost those people. I was like, oh my god, how would they have got past? No, they weren't. They were just, there's more tricksy things going on. I enjoyed when Nori went off to get KT. I just kind of imagined him like sitting there like a little like petulant child, just like waiting to be let out of like the naughty corner or something.
100%, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it was really good. I'm really excited to see what happens. I have no idea what's going on, like at all. But that's good. It's fun.
Yeah, good. I'm glad.
I like a whodunit. So hopefully we'll figure it out. We'll see.
You have made massive progress. Like, do you know what I mean? It's gone good, and you can't win at Guess Who without knocking a couple of faces down. That's all I'm going to say.
That's very true.
You know. But yes, thank you. Myr'ra.
It's so good to be back. I just throw more conspiracy theories into the loop. Who else do we know associated with gold that we don't trust? Maybe it's all Modesta Lara. I'm just gonna throw some.
See, on that note as well, I was watching Wicked in the cinema and I absolutely buckled laughing, obviously because of Michelle Yeoh, and that's who I cast as Modesta Lara, and I just laughed going, I know who'd hate her.
Yeah.
Just Falkwin there going, you damn it.
Also, to be
I
fair,
actually
she is
didn't
called
really.
Madame Morrible. And you're like, well, yeah, obviously.
I actually didn't really like her as Madame Morrible. On the whole, I thought the Wicked was actually better than most of the stage productions that I've seen the film. But her as Madame Morrible and what's his name as Dr. Delmond, Peter Dinklage, didn't really like them very much. Their singing
Yeah, that's
great.
fair. They're not exactly who I would have cast in those roles, but anything with Michelle Yeoh I'm happy to watch, if I'm perfectly honest. Like, yeah.
She nailed the character,
Mm.
just not the singing.
Yeah.
Yes, fair. But yes, suspicious. Very much enjoyed all of the telepathic nonsense, and quite like the picture of us all just stood staring at each other with big expressions and no.
Just the idea of like Camberley edging up, being like,
Yeah.
or why are you gesturing? Like, am I deaf?
And then going, I wonder why these people don't trust us. Yeah, we're not numbers wise. To be fair, we don't know those 15 people are dead. They might not have existed. So technically, they don't count towards our body count.
There are corpses, right?
Well, 6 new bodies have appeared after that
We
moment.
already lost 3, so we're up to 9 for sure, and then 15 missing, plus the 2 who were already missing. So, yeah, the maths isn't on our side. But yes, I'm excited to continue to figure it out. I'm very glad Katie's okay. Both Hannah and Myr'ra were quite stressed about that. Very happy that Nori was okay to go and like scout.
Well, I can't take Lockhart's boyfriend away already.
What would we do? What would we do without Katie?
Did anybody tell the Elven girls that he's actually fine?
Not yet.
Yeah, I'd have passed that on.
Okay,
Don't worry.
okay.
I've gone straight over. As soon as you checked it. But yes, lots of fun. Excited for what comes next.
Me too. That should be good. And it's so good being back. Like, it's... Oh, taking any time off is always a pain. But yes, thank you. Nice to be back. Who are we giving XP to? What's your votes?
I say Lockhart. Lots of good Lockhearty moments in this one. I felt like lots of good chances to talk to people and see what happened. And also, I just really, really, really love the final moment of Falkwin plays good cop, doesn't really get anywhere. Lockhart plays bad cop. 6 people die.
I love that. I wasn't expecting that twisted ending there. That was good.
I feel like it's good cop, dumb cop.
Let me go with sharp cop, blunt cop. Okay, that feels. And I won't say which is which. So yeah. Okay. Yep. So that's a Lockhart vote. Anyone else?
I was
Yep.
gonna say
No arguments for that at all.
There you go,
I was
Lockhart.
going for Lockhart too.
2 XP for you. But yes. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste any more time. We're already quite over on time, so hopefully next time we're on, we can maybe solve this mystery potentially, and get our asses to Dinosaur Island, right?
Oh, yay. Yeah.
So again, thank you everybody for playing. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye,
Everyone.
Goodbye.